Hello once again, welcome to the PokerStars Arena and this week's Sunday Million. It's actually KO week on Stars right now, which means it's a special edition of the Sunday Million. It's a progressive knockout format, $109 buy-in, more than 12,000 total entries, so a prize pool of more than $1.2 million. Bounties and five-figure scores up for grabs this evening. 89 players remaining, playing down to a winner tonight. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Maria Ho.
Hello, what's up?
Joe, bounty, 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 come get some.
Yeah, it's a knockout, so I'm wondering if Will Smith is going to show up. That might be fun.
That probably will not be the only reference to that unfortunate incident on tonight's show. Let's get straight to the poker, shall we, guys, because action is underway on day 2 of this event, which started yesterday being Sunday, of course, concludes tonight, cards up all the way on this final day, down to the final table, down to a champion. Now, this feature table is headlined by the chip leader coming in to day 2, who is also the player who is worth the most for knocking out. That is Kakineso, who we just see folding the Jack-7 of clubs there. We've got HQ with the bullets, opening to 70k, called by the 5-4, and that's 2 pair on the flop for King Helgren.
Welcome to the show. Ace is cracked.
And I think this hand kind of plays itself, Maria.
Yeah, I think with this type of board texture, you know, we're going to see a lot of check raises out of the 2 pair, hoping that they have an overpair just like that they have and won't get away from it.
Whoops.
That's the wheel draw. No deuce, no ace, and HQ is KO'd. Bounty claimed by King Helgren. And we are already down to 87. Now King Helgren's got aces.
Oh, man. This is one for the blog.
So Nog R11 opens with King 10. Blinds right now are 17,500, 35,000. So opening raise to 70. And oh, Nog, no, not like this. Top pair, decent kicker. Less than 600k behind. Again, Maria, this hand kind of plays itself, right?
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the effective stack size as it is. You're going to always go with top pair in this situation.
So it doesn't all go in on the flop, but look, Nog's got less than pot behind, and chances are we'll stick the rest in on the turn. And are we going to see 2 eliminations on the first couple of hands we've watched? Yep. So another bounty claimed by King Helgren, who's now up to nearly 4 million chips. What a start to day 2.
That's such an easy game.
Making it look so easy. 3-way to this flop. And ace high still ahead. Hello to everyone watching on Twitch. Hello to everyone watching on YouTube, including Miles McGann, who's straight in with new big game. When?
Oh, Lord.
I mean, I've lost count of the number of times since 2011 that question has been asked, and unfortunately, I don't have a definitive answer for you. But it's not never.
Waiting.
So I'd say it's not never, so that's a positive, right?
But it's not definitely not never either, though. Like, the door isn't closed on the big game.
No, but I would be surprised if there wasn't a return of that format at some point in the future. Bear in mind that the cash challenge that we ran in Monte Carlo, oh, hello. King 6 still good, but not too much of a loss for Helgren, who's off to a great start on day 2. Now it's Bengers with the aces, and the start of day chip leader's got 10s. This could be a double up here for Bengers.
Boys are back in town.
Wow. kind of shocked to just see the call out of the tens from the big blind against a button open. Most players would have taken that hand as a 3-bet, but yeah, well, now they're just going to put the rest in on a 9-high flop, so either way.
And Bengers just has to fade a 10, does, and gets the double up. And Kakineso no longer chip leader. It's in fact a player called CBar05 from Canada who's in the number 1 position. King Helgren from Sweden, number 2 in chips and chip leader at this particular table that we're watching right now. And I mean, we're down to 83 already, so we've had a couple of bust outs from this table, and that means 4 bust outs from the outer tables. No one is messing about here. No one's too shy to get their chips in, but inevitably we will have seen a few super short stacks have just clawed their way into day 2, and maybe a little bit of stack consolidation is necessary as we get the action underway here.
Going out at this point's got to be really brutal, right? Like, you already reserved the whole night for it. And then it's not like you've won enough money that you can really go out and celebrate.
Yeah, and that's a good point. Right now, the cash is $489, and none of us is going to say no to $489. But on a 109 investment, and there will be players who fired multiple bullets in this, I guess you're right. It's not exactly life-changing money.
Yeah, there's no real victory lap to be had.
No. Oh. So
it's not even night-changing money.
No. Ran 10s into aces, now has king-queen up against ace-king, and opens to 70k.
Yeah. You know, the effective stack here has a little bit over 20 bigs. I don't know even, you know, with the KO scenario, if it's always a call here with king-queen. I think...
Oh, wow.
I mean,
loses another.
It's fine, but...
Yeah, I mean, but it's the same thing as the aces 10s hand, Maria. Okay, it's not a huge stack, but 15 big blinds here, 20 big blinds there. It's making the difference, and now Kakineso down to 2.7 million, has got artisanal sourdough.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
And then we've got 777, this player with all the snowmans.
Nom 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 nom.
Wow, just snap call from the ace-5 of diamonds, and that puts Nicholas in a little bit of a tougher spot. I would have imagined if the ace-5 folded that ace-jack was for sure going to put the chips in. And
yeah.
now, yeah, ends up folding.
Always an ace on the desk. And unlucky 777 TJ 777. There was a 7 on the river. It doesn't help you. You're KO'd. And now batter with kings. Fun question from Androx. Whether the sweat width in the TV shows was born of whole card readers not working. No. It was a deliberate editorial decision to have certain hands in the TV shows where when you know all the whole cards, you understand that they are more interesting if they're played from a certain perspective. And we are switching because our other feature table has someone who is sitting out. And that player is Diego Ventura, runner-up in the 2015 PCA main event, a 2-time W Coupe and 1-time Scoop winner. And Diego is doing a Tonka.
Ventura. I think he played this hand great, even though he would have flopped top pair.
About a half pot size from that gut shot straight draw with some backdoor flush possibilities. Now, Moby definitely has that clear call on the flop.
What do you think this name means? Impound. Is it about a paw? Is that why he's a lion?
I mean,
there's a lot going on there.
I know.
Impound.
I know.
Pwned.
That's Scar from Lion King, right? That avatar?
Yeah.
Still no Diego Ventura, still sitting out, still hasn't rocked up for day 2. We had Mags last week, who missed day 3 of the Sunday Million anniversary. The week before that, we had Tonka sitting out on day 2. Question on YouTube, what is Maria's name? I mean, I don't want to do a stapes on you, but her name is Maria. Thank you for your question.
Maybe they mean her online name?
Potentially. That's the way I'm going to take it, because I want to give this person a little more credit for this question.
Or they could be asking like the origin of your name.
When you play on Stars, Maria, and I know obviously it's when you're not in the United States of America, you can be found playing as?
Femme on Felt.
As the blinds go up to 20,000, 40,000. And we now have 80 players remaining in this week's Sunday Million.
Great time to steal when the big blind is sitting out. Somebody's got to do it. You only got to get through the small blind. I mean, I definitely would from the small blind three bet though, especially with that king blocker. I'd be like, this is just too easy. Why would I make it so easy for the button? Wow, just letting them get away with it.
Aiden asks, how did Hardigan and Stapleton meet? We actually met through poker. Thank you for your question.
And when they met, it was murder. Eric Garcia on YouTube pays you a compliment, Maria. I'm such a big fan of you. You really inspire a lot of people, and your strategy is just the greatest. Lots of love from Mexico.
Oh, that's so nice. Besos. Did I get it right? That's like the only 2 words that I know in Spanish is.
I
okay, maybe 3.
Amazon does deliver to Mexico, yes.
So ace-9 of strawberries opening here, and Seabart, who we established, took the chip lead early on day 2. Has flattered here on the button. And imponed, decides to squeeze. Queen 7 offsuit.
Yeah, I just thought it was an attractive spot, an attractive spot with the raise and the flat here. Not necessarily the hand combination that people would use. I think it's more just a situational play coming from the big blind here.
It's no Queen 4. This is good, though. This is why you just never call a 3-bet ever with an unpaired hand. This happens.
So 360,000, that was the size of the pre-flop 3-bet. It's the size of the continuation bet. Just ace high for Seabart, who is no longer chip leader, now sits 3rd on the leaderboard. Oh, could be dropping down the rankings after this hand. Queen on the turn, 2 pair now.
That's continuation, Bart, to you.
I can tell you that a player called Biedro, or B1 Edro from Poland, currently occupies #1 spot on the leaderboard with 5 million chips and 78 players remaining.
All right, Poland, calm down.
Yeah, Seabart obviously got pretty sticky on the flop, which I don't mind, but yeah, clearly against a 1 million chip bet into 1.5 million, you've got to really have a lot of conviction to go with ace high there.
Ryan Woods has a question for James. Who is more likely to win a flip, Maria or Joe? Easy, Maria. Joe runs horribly. Long established, talked about many, many times, ad infinitum, ad nauseum.
I will say I played some poker at Maria's house last night, and I ran pretty normal. I won some hands.
Yeah.
I lost some hands. It felt normal.
That was definitely, yeah, that I feel like that was better than how you normally run.
Yeah.
It's all relative, very clearly, but better than average.
You're still giving yourself the little +1s and -1s, Joey?
You know, last night I was actually just having so much fun playing that it didn't matter. Like, I didn't feel the need to keep track of good/bad decisions. There was definitely a
This
couple
is
of
your
spots I should have just
Brokos
folded.
advice, is it?
Yes. Yeah. If you guys haven't listened to that episode of the podcast when Andrew Brokos was on, I definitely recommend that one. Little insight as to if you're not winning at poker, there are still ways to be gratified from it, allegedly.
Well, the Mosterian with the Grafton, 10-9 suited, opens to 84K.
I would watch that show.
Intelligent Man
Mosterian.
has the Spraggy, ace-7 off. And Absentiva with ace-3. Calls, and
Got
of
him.
course, it is an ace-high flop, plus the wheel draw. What's not to love?
Yeah, Mysterian feels like with range advantage here, definitely has to continue on this type of board. Of course, Ace-3 is going to call, see what happens on future streets. Obviously, having that wheel possibility definitely helps because a lot of the times you will be up against a better ace.
Let's say a quick hello to Jason Thompson, who says, good morning from New Zealand, where it is 6:44 in the morning. Let's go. Well, that is dedication to poker, Jason. And I'm going to put this question to Maria. It's just addressed to host in capital letters. But as you are the professional
Joe.
poker player, Maria, you can answer this question. If you had to play 1v1 against a pro player, Daniel Negreanu or Phil Hellmuth, for $1 million, who will you choose?
I would pick Hellmuth. I think I have
Shocking.
a better chance against him than I would against Daniel. But, you know, if Phil Hellmuth continues to make trips with Queen 4, then he would be tough to beat too.
Yes, I'm sure we'll be analysing that one a bit later on this evening as we go to the river, and the Mosterian rivers apiece, too little too late.
Yeah, it does have showdown now, so would likely check back unless they're trying to go for some thin value, which, you know, there's just not a lot of hands they could get value from in that spot, so looks like they will.
Diego Ventura has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. Diego Ventura is
Oh.
no longer sitting out. Peru representing as Intelligent
Let's
Man
go.
opens with 9s.
Maria, when you first sit down at a table, let's say that you're joining this table late for some reason, do you feel the need to, like, make your presence known once
Like
you're
raise
there?
my
Do you-
first hand.
Yeah, or like in the first couple of hands and just sort of set the tone. Is that something that you would ever employ?
No. There's like a small part of me that wants to get the chips back that I know that I so obviously lost from missing a couple
Yeah.
orbits of my blinds, but nope, just business as usual for me in these situations.
Well, 9's still good. Continuation bet gets the job done for Intelligent Man. And now we
Okay,
have
so
queens
here we go,
for
queens,
Diego
right?
Ventura.
So when I'm at a
Uh-oh.
table with someone that's just shown up and they raise the first hand, I always assume that's what they're doing, and I'm always wrong. They always have a hand.
Well, yes, they have a hand, but look at Intelligent Man, who has a better hand. And
Sick.
Diego Ventura may have wanted to sit out a little bit longer.
It's one more hand.
Yeah, it's going to be real tough to get away from it with, 43 bigs or so effective. It's just not going to work out
Fours
well
are gonna win
unless
this
the queen
anyway.
comes. Nah, I think it's going
I
to...
don't
gonna
think
go
fours are
four
getting
bet
involved
here.
here. Yeah, here we go. All in with the queens. Bounty on the line. And aces. Call. Ventura at risk. And looking really bad now. And done on the turn. Diego Ventura shows up, folds a hand, plays a hand, and is KO'd. If only he'd sat out for 5 minutes longer. Had an above average stack as well. We're down to 73 players already. And Intelligent Man is now a top 5 stack. Pietro from Poland still chip leader with 5.5 million.
I barely got to say Ventura too many times.
And we go.
Maria, how's my car doing?
Oh, it's great. It's raining out here, though.
I know. Could
so
you go out and
hope
cover
you
it,
didn't
maybe?
just get a hope you didn't just get a car wash.
Last time I checked cars, it's not a soft top, right? It's waterproof.
Oh yeah, it's fine. I was doing a bit last night at Maria's house where I was just acting like a total diva the entire time, like having Maria wait on me hand
Acting,
and
you
foot.
say? So, Moby raising with ace-10 suited. King-jack off for the Mosterian. Calls in position.
Oh. I just realized what
The
that
chip
name is, and it's
leader.
way less cool. It's way less cool than the Mysterian. It's just the Master Ryan, probably. Way
No,
less cool.
it's the Mosterian. I have decided.
Okay.
Chip leader has joined the table, by the way, taking the seat recently vacated by Diego Ventura. Pietro, the biggest stack in this KO Week edition of the Sunday Million.
Yeah, now you're kind of in a tough spot with middle pair to have to overcall in this spot, but yeah, it does end up folding, of course. Has a lot of chips, so sometimes people will play a little bit looser and make these type of overcalls, but still some discipline coming out of the chip leader there.
Gonna be very happy if this gets to showdown. Probably happy already not to be
Moby's
facing this bet either.
Gonna have to fold the turn here. Meanwhile, we are down to 71 players. A reminder that we started the day with 89. So 18 eliminations in the first 23 minutes as we see Sejanus open with 10s. Ace-Queen for Moby, who is now below average. Average stack being 1.7 million. 3 bets, no doubt with the intention of getting it in.
Yeah, it feels like there's been a lot of big hands being dealt. Certainly hands worthy of being all in, especially with bounties on the line.
Bye?
Ace high flop, but diamonds are a factor.
Most day.
And Moby will get the double up and leave Sejanus pretty short. And we are switching back to our other feature table, where we saw an amazing start to the day for King Helgren. A less than stellar start to the day for Kakaneso, who began day 2 as chip leader and is worth $1,600. Huge bounty on this player's head.
Did those flush just tissue themselves after making a flush?
Can you tissue yourself?
I think you can.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Okay, then. It didn't work. And now
Later.
they're balanced off the table. The Diamond Less asks, does wearing glasses at the poker table in a casino make any difference? Absolutely. I once played with a friend of ours who was not wearing her glasses and she couldn't read the board and therefore made a really spewy raise on the river when there was a straight and a flush out there because she didn't realize there was a potential straight and flush out there. So if you need glasses, I suggest you wear them. Reading the cards helps when making decisions in this game. Thank you for your question. True story, that.
I'm going to start. I didn't know that we could use that excuse.
Aces again?
It doesn't really count when it's different people getting them, I don't think.
And a king high flop. Ooh, Renan.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to not get some chips in the middle with a top pair plus with those backdoor flush and straight possibilities.
Ooh, baby.
Yeah, pretty spicy. I mean, if you look at this board texture, even aces can't love it. Obviously, there's going to be some of these Broadway king tens, king jacks that will have two pair in this scenario. And of course, you know that king queens out there as well that will have equity against your aces.
Somebody was going to get hurt in this hand regardless.
Well, Nicholas has 843k behind. There's 1.35 million in the pot. Checks it. Trying to induce potentially?
Yeah, definitely doesn't like the fact that the club came on the river because certainly their opponent could have king queen of clubs in this spot very easily. And I personally think that having king queen is not necessarily a hand that players are going to try to turn into a bluff in this spot, and so we'll just let aces see showdown and not have to face a shove there.
Blinds are up. 25,000, 50,000. We are playing with 15-minute blind levels throughout this week's Sunday Million. KO Week edition. I believe... Oh, hold on. Let's see what happens here because we've got a flush draw against top pair.
Action hands.
And now a pair to go with that flush draw for Cacanesso. And Rivers two pair.
Oh, no. Come on.
Flush draw doesn't get there, but Cacanesso does now have the best hand.
How do you back your way into two pair here? This is so stupid.
But it's also just the two pair that you have to just check call. You know, you're not even really sure if you can value bet it in this spot. But wow, gets the ace-10 to do it.
Nice.
They're not going to like this one.
Full double up, and that puts Cacanesso back into second place. So Biedro, who's at the other feature table, still the overall chip leader with 5.7 million. But Cacanesso is table captain here. And what do we know about this player? They are from Germany. And they could go broke here with ace-jack against ace-queen. They did satellite into this event for $2.20. However, didn't work out on that first buy-in. Bought in twice afterwards.
Oh.
And $109 is around Cacanesso's usual buy-in level. Has $57,000 in total earnings on stars. And unfortunately for them, has flopped second pair top kicker up against top pair top kicker. How expensive is this going to be?
I'm just surprised that Stapes had such a late night but still managed to crank it so early in the morning.
Well, you know, when you truly love cranking it,
Oh,
it doesn't. Yikes.
Well, this is interesting. Definitely on this type of board, Ace Jack is turning their hand into a bluff. Certainly doesn't expect to get called by worse here for 85% pot or so on the river. All in.
I don't think
Wow.
they. I don't think they expect to get this particular hand to fold either, though, right? Like,
Yeah,
And
I mean,
Nicholas
it's,
folds the best hand.
it's definitely a very, very tough bet to be holding ace queen and know exactly what the right scenario is where calling would be correct. A lot of it is going to be opponent based. I think that there's not a lot of players that would be capable of making that bet without the straight on the end. So it's a tough spot.
So Pilot in Command writes, so gross. I'm not sure if that was in reference to Joe cranking it, but certainly Ryan Woods would like clarification, Joe. When you say crank it, what do you mean?
so I have this cooler machine here in my place, and when things get a little boring, what I'll do is I'll just crank it a little bit, and what it does is it generates action. It's sort of, you know, depending on how long I crank it for, how much buildup there is, you know, how long it's been since I've last cranked it. You know, it causes like a different size explosion, if you will, of action. Things can
And
get very messy.
Of action, we've got King Helgren here with the second nut flush. Cacanesso has just turned a pair, but I can't imagine you're going to be loving a pair of tens on this board.
Yeah, it's a little bit harder to continue when you don't have the diamond with your pair of tens. He does give it up.
And 60 players remaining now. So that is 29 eliminations in the first 30 minutes of play. And it does mean we've had a jump in the payouts. Everyone's now locked up $686, but as you can see, the big payouts reserved for the players who make the final table, and really the top five. That's when we start paying 20K upwards. But being a progressive knockout format, half the prize money is in bounties. Players have been winning head prizes throughout this event, knocking out their opponents, and there are still some decent bounties to be claimed.
I would like a head prize.
And with trip nines, King Helgren wins another pot. Over 4 million now. 58 players remaining. So Cacanesso, biggest stack at this table, but Piedro at the other table, still the overall chip leader with 6.3 million.
It's like hand of the day today is two pair. Well, two pair situations. We saw aces cracked by two pair. We saw the backdoor two pair. We see this dominating diamond situation, flopping two pair. Might be the theme.
I'll allow it. I like two pair. It's a solid hand. 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. Not a straight.
Bloop.
Benga's hovering around the 1.9 million mark. Average stack right now, 2.1 million. As we see Renan open with Queen Jack of clubs. Hyena flatting with Ace 10 of hearts. King 9 of hearts for Crismano.
Yeah, a lot of playable hands going around so far, and I think in this spot, you've got, 20 bigs, definitely going to call. Especially with the bounty, it's not a situation where you might want to squeeze with your King 9. I think you're a little bit more likely to get called.
Okay. Board gets a little bit straightier on the turn. Renan
Seems reasonable.
shoving the turn.
Yeah, with that stack size. Not a lot of rivers you're going to like.
Queen 8 suited opens to 100k. Two players with ace jack here.
Yeah, I think once the first ace jack 3-bets, though, going to be very hard for the second ace jack to stay in.
Hello, threes.
Threes be with you.
Which
Threes
are-
be with you.
Still good. Oh, Wooly, why would you say something like that? Down to 58 already could be an early night. Yeah, you keep telling yourself that, buddy. When we're still hand for hand on the final table bubble at like midnight tonight.
Yeah, don't do it to us.
Cake and Esso just trying to test the waters a bit, trying to figure out where they're at. But I think for this raise size, King Helgren definitely should be calling, at least with the 2 overs and the diamond. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that fold.
Maria doesn't like it, but she has to go along with it as Cacanesso reclaims the chip lead. 6.1 million. Ace 8 here in the small blind. The action's going to come from Crismano on the button with queens.
Cacanesso could 3-bet. Yeah, oh boy. Good luck.
Crismano
Wow.
sees an ace on the turn. And Crismano is KO'd. As Cacanesso moves over the 7 million mark, claims another bounty, and we see their head prize increase now. Cacanesso worth $1,800, near enough $1,900, but right now that bounty not in play. Cacanesso has the rest of the field covered. 2 pair again, this time for Renan. The open-ended straight draw for Hyena. And Renan has roughly pot behind. And decides to shove the turn. Hyena, king high, straight draw.
In a non-bounty, it's like a pretty clear-cut fold,
Whoa.
right? Yeah, in a bounty,
Calls
you
it.
can
And
oh,
rewarded!
boy!
Oh my gosh, what is happening?
Barry
Oh,
Greenstein
man.
makes an appearance, and the ace on the river seals their fate, and Hyena takes that bounty. Poor Renan.
Effing Barry. All my PokerStars emotes are locked. Damn it.
Yeah, I think the point, Staves, that you were trying to make before it all happened so fast was, yes, normally people would not be calling there, but the bounty makes it very enticing.
So Bart asked a question about how the progressive knockout format works, and it's a, well, I like to call FAQ, a frequently asked question. The number that's advertised on screen, so you see under each player's avatar where there's the target symbol and then there's the amount, that is actually half the value of the bounty, but that's the amount you win immediately. So for example, let's take King Helgren at the top of the table. If you knock out King Helgren, you immediately win $1,111. Boom, that money is yours. But the bounty is actually worth double that, and the other half, well, that inflates your own bounty. Your own head prize goes up the more players you knock out.
Always a pair. Open-ended, make a pair. Someone will
I
scientifically
can't remember.
prove that sometime.
I can't remember if they changed it. But certainly I know this is how it works on PokerStars, but I think on some sites that run progressive knockouts, the advertised sum is actually the total bounty and not necessarily the amount that you immediately win. Whereas obviously Stars has decided to basically advertise what you can win right here, right now, which I'd say when you're making kind of quick decisions is the information that you need.
Yeah, I mean, it's way more important that it's easy to digest the amount of money you're about to win, and it's a little bit less important that you understand what your bounty will be worth afterward.
Yes. Brandon, because I'm in a good mood, I'm going to answer your question, but if you look around the screen, you will find the answer. It is the $109 Sunday Million KO Week Edition, Day 2. That means the buy-in was $109. Guarantee of $1 million, hence the name Sunday Million, but with more than 12,000 total entries, we've got a prize pool this week of more than 1.2 million. We had 8,400 odd unique players and 3,800 plus re-entries.
Girk deciding to check, call the flop, and then check the turn and just get to showdown with this ace high, and it's going to be good.
And the blinds are up again, 30,000, 60,000. And we've got King Jack against deuces here.
Overcards every time. Damn it. 3 overcards again.
Jack 10 now open-ended. Takes it down, 7.4 million now for the chip leader.
Yeah, Kekeneso definitely getting away with a lot, and also being so aggressive and just getting there when he needs it, when they need it.
Let's see how this one goes. This feels like a right up Kekeneso street. And flops the best hand.
Domination, rotation.
Got him.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a situation where when everything's going your way and when you're 3-betting hands that normally you wouldn't always be 3-betting, but you're connecting with the flop and you're getting them to fold to a C-bet, it's going to be hard to rein it in until you lose a really big pot, you know?
Yeah, I was about to say something similar. Like, we've seen this sort of path many times in the Sunday Million, and oftentimes they just go one step too far. One weird little cooler happens when all of a sudden ace-6 flops trips, but then they're up against a full house.
Yeah. So top pair for Musum, who bets 240 into 432. And both players with aces fold. Antoine asks, how long do these tournaments usually last? How long is a piece of string? I mean, bear in mind, this is day 2. So they played for near enough 9 hours yesterday into the money and beyond. Came back with 89 players today. Day 2 of the Sunday Million, normally it's designed to last between 5 and 6 hours. But you get some outliers. You get some which are done in like 3 to 4 hours, and then you get some that rarely go the distance.
The knockouts go a little faster, generally.
They do, you're right. They tend to play faster, and I think it's interesting to note that the Sunday Million, when it's just a standard MTT without the bounty element, generally plays around a 30 big blind average. In the PKO format, it's close to a 40 big blind average. So do with that what you want.
Thanks to what we covered last week, I know exactly how long the Sunday Million's been around for.
It's true. Well, Gurkha trying it on with the ace-4, but Bengers with top pair decides to check and raise.
Yeah, not a whole lot going for Gurkha, so gonna have to fold. And you know, I don't mind that bet, that stab on the flop, just trying to fold out equity, but of course top pair is not gonna go anywhere in that spot, blind versus blind.
I want to see a King Helgren Kekaniso confrontation, but we do have Stars Nuts versus Ace King. How unstoppable is Kekaniso?
Gonna see a confrontation here. There will be a classic race underway, and it's a race that Nicholas 147 will need to win. Ace King against nines. Nines holding. Nines good? No,
Oh.
King on the river. Nicholas doubles up.
Kekaniso is mortal.
And still has the chip lead with 6.5 million. This is Bengers versus Musum. And a pair of threes still good on a 6-5 deuce flop. Seven on the turn.
Yeah, threes has a spot where, you know, you have that additional equity with your straight draw. You don't really expect that you could get called by worse when you bet here, so you're really just trying to fold out that overcard equity. Some players could also elect to check back, of course.
Aces again, this time for Hyena.
Who's going to get in trouble? Musum?
Potentially. Flats
It's a pretty
with
hand.
the
It's
Queen, Jack of Diamonds.
certainly worth seeing three, but those three don't really give them that much hope to make a good hand.
It's a dumb three.
Oh.
Very tempting to raise. In this case, you're probably going to get rid of, a hand that might have bluffed again.
Yeah.
But I think most of the time when people lead out like that or bet into that flop, they're going to have some piece that they're going to be reluctant to get rid of. So I do like the raise there.
Bangers opening with kings. And Carl Bennett, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume you're not trolling. Obviously, there is a delay on the action we're watching. The hands that are being played out right now actually occurred 30 minutes ago. So we have a 30-minute delay on the feed, and we are obviously calling the action live, i.e. the time that you're watching the stream. But yes, 30-minute delay on the action. That doesn't necessarily mean that players won't be watching the stream and using that information from the past to inform their decisions in the future. It does potentially change the dynamic, but at least they don't get immediate information. And to be clear, no hand info can be released while a hand is in progress. Not that I think it's possible for it to take 30 minutes for a single hand to be played out, but in the unlikely event that everyone conspired to use their time bank, it would literally stop. It would not generate the information on our screen if the hand was still in progress.
With about
That's all right,
15
cards.
bigs in the big blind, yeah, I think you definitely need to get aggressive with King 7 in some way, shape, or form. Some players would just elect to put their opponent all in this spot, but gonna go for the 4x here instead.
Man, I guess I'm like, oh, if you shove here, you know, it's a knockout tournament, you could get called pretty light, but I also feel like going 4x, you run the same risk, so why not just shove?
Yeah, I definitely think that a shove is preferable to that 4x. You really just put your opponent in a tough decision. They just have to wake up with a hand to be able to call off.
So King Helgren opening with queens. You wanted a King Helgren Kakineso confrontation, right, Joe? That's what you're waiting for?
Hell yeah.
Well, we had the Gibbons from Kakineso with 7-6 of hearts, so maybe you'll get the double Gibbons. They will call, and we will go to a flop.
A perfectly executed Gibbons.
And it's the open-ended straight draw with backdoor hearts.
Scrimmy, going back to that last hand ask, doesn't 4x look stronger than a shove? Yes, but you're giving someone a great price to just call the 4x. Not a great price, a bad price, but, you know, it's just shoving, they don't... they can just see a flop for way less money.
Oh, gets there.
Oh, but I mean the king obviously from the flop and the nines are gonna slow King Helgren down, but gonna go for the trap here. Kakineso really hoping that they could get them to value bet here, but doesn't go for it.
New players just joined the table. Now we are at 48. Oh, we're on a money jump, by the way. 48th pays 686. If you can ladder to 47th, $962.45 will be yours. Must have missed something because Emmerdale Farm is currently being discussed on Twitch. I'm not sure how or why. I imagine that's a TV show that's never made its way to the American airwaves.
It has not.
Disappointing.
We're not that out of ideas yet.
But not unexpected.
Close, yeah.
Yeah, but you love those kind of stereotypical images of what English life is like. And I imagine that like some northern farm is absolutely, it's quaint, right?
My girlfriend's literally watching Outlander right now. She's taking a sick
I'm going
day.
to say, Joe, what would you rather? Outlander or Emmerdale Farm?
I mean, they're both about hillbillies, aren't they?
This is what I'm saying about just Kakineso, just finding ways to get super out of line because everything is working, pushing the action in every spot, and it's just working. Why would they stop? I feel like Girk doesn't want to be all in, but in this situation, I think this is the spot where you should be going for it, but it just feels like even in the hand before, they just called with king queen suited against a late position open when they could have easily shoved over their open, and doesn't feel like they want to risk their tournament life in some of these standard situations.
So sixes open, called by king, queen, and 7-5, and a full house flopped by Musum.
Could this be the hand that Kakineso somehow finds some trouble just being overly aggressive, feeling like they have two overs? We'll have to see. But
I mean, Nicholas is taking that honor, it seems.
Yeah.
Well, Nicholas now has an open-ended straight draw that's obviously no good. 0% means 0%. Nicholas is drawing dead, but is betting 360 into 684.
Oh,
no!
Uh-oh.
Makes their straight
Yikes.
on the river. Horrible, horrible river card. And I don't think the paired board's going to save them.
Yeah, SPR of 1, it's going to go in.
That
Later.
is a KO. And with that elimination, we are on break. So we hit the first 5-minute pause with 47 players remaining. So we have seen 42 eliminations in the last 55 minutes. Kekinesso goes into the break as chip leader, 7 million. Start of day, big stack, still number 1 on the leaderboard. And the action will resume from the PokerStars Arena inside of 5 minutes. Now, of course, there are only 2 things people are talking about right now. I know a few of you have referenced it already, and Joe made a joke at the start. There was the unfortunate incident at the Oscars, which seems to be dominating the news agenda today. But what's dominating the poker agenda is the Phil Hellmuth hand, another thing that a few people have referenced. Guys, I don't get it. It's clear to me Phil misread his cards. He thought he had ace-queen, right, Maria?
I wish we could give Phil the benefit of the doubt, but on this hand, the way he was obviously talking to himself, he knew that he was
Maria,
getting the money in bad, but he just thought it was the right decision at the time.
The nittiest of nits. It is absolutely plausible that in this position, and I guess for anyone who hasn't seen it, it's a hand from the US Poker Open that was streamed on PokerGo. Phil's in the big blind. He's not got that many chips, but Will Foxon opens on the button with 9s. Hellmuth 3-bets for not an insignificant percentage of his stack with Queen 4 offsuit. The response from Foxon is to shove. He's got Hellmuth covered, and Phil does take a long time before deciding to call all in, which is exactly what he would do with ace-queen offsuit, because it's a very Hellmuthian move. I don't believe, Joe, back me up here, a player like Hellmuth is never calling off with queen 4 offsuit.
I actually totally disagree with you. I think that Phil occasionally just does weird, random stuff, and he kind of backed himself into a corner. I liked Phil Galfon's take on it, even though it was a little tongue-in-cheek. And he basically, Phil in his mind had some kind of live read on Foxon and thought Foxon was weak. And again, what Galfon said is like Foxon happens to have the top of his weak range. And Phil just went with his read and thought that his queen was going to be good enough of the time. And it was. I do admit, I will say that if he did misread his hand, he might not say that and might come up with some weird justification for it. So I guess there's a possibility of that being the case, but I really just think it was one of these weird Phil moves.
Yeah, and that's the thing which, again, is very Hellmuthian, that if he did misread his hand, his ego will not allow him to admit that. And Maria, a lot of people do mistake a 4 for an ace just when they peek at their card. And just everything about it, if you look at the hand and look at the way he plays it, it screams, this is Hellmuth being nitty with ace-queen. If he did make some bizarre decision with queen 4, it can't be explained, it can't be justified. And I loved Phil Galfon's post, which is beautifully tongue-in-cheek and obviously should absolutely have been issued on April the 1st. But it's so out of character. I know he does weird stuff, but he's never done anything like this before.
But I think it was that, the monologue that he kind of had when he was deciding. He's like, oh, I know this is going to seem weird. Just the things he was saying, I don't feel like he would say those things if he had ace-queen. He would say, like, oh, I don't love my hand, but I think I have to go with it. But he was saying stuff like, oh, this is kind of weird, but I kind of think, like, and, just the way he was talking about it, I think, to me, it felt like he knew it was queen 4, but it was just one of those situations where, yes, he made that live read thinking that Foxon was weak, raising from the button. And obviously, Foxon would be raising from the button with a super wide range there. And so he decided to take a really, really light 3-bet spot that when it didn't work, he said, okay, well, what's my equity going to look like if I choose to get it in? You know, how well will my hand play against Foxen's range there? And I think he was like, you know what? 1 overcard, whatever, let's do it. Run it.
And of course, the result is there's a queen on the flop and a queen on the river, and Phil gets the double up and I think goes on to make it heads up against Eric Seidel. I love this comment, by the way, from M. Wallace. He says, just listen back to the Sam Greenwood episode of Poker in the Ears this week and laughed when Joe complained about his poker trip and getting dealt Queen 4 offsuit all week. Joe, if only you channeled some of that white magic, how different your results might have been.
I mean, you guys saw the chart Phil posted, right, where it, like, has all the hands highlighted that you're supposed to play, and then Queen 4 is over here. Like, I guess I just need to start putting Queen 4 into my starting hand range, and maybe I'll be able to play some hands every once in a while.
I'm going to say that Phil's decision there is a definite -1 on the Andrew Brokos logging chart. Joe, have yourself a break, my friend. Grab yourself a hot dog. Maria and I have got it covered as we return to the tables in this week's Sunday Million KO Week edition. And we check back on this table where we have Biedro, the player from Poland, who's currently second in chips. We've got Siebert from Canada. And we've got Moby. And we are at 47 players coming back from break. Imponed, opening with the King Queen. And a cheeky 3-bet from the small blind with Moby with ace 3 of diamonds. What's it going to be, Scar? You've got position. Folds. 35,000, 70,000 blinds now. All in Benai. Did you say Canada? I did. It's an in-joke. We have a friend and a colleague, the same one who misread the board because she didn't have her glasses, who adds letters to countries. And I think Canada just sounds so funny, so entertaining that I can't not say it now. Well, this is 4-way action. There's a set of 9s. There's a flush. And Ace-Jack of clubs is drawing dead. And Imponed is drawing incredibly thin with the snowmans.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Biedro obviously
I'm just worried about how much Moby's going to lose here.
It feels like, okay, the call makes it a little bit less potentially, but now with the brick on the turn, maybe it's still going to get a little bloody here because, you know, if another spade came off, obviously that would be an action killer in a lot of ways. But here, just that deuce of clubs. I think middle set just wants to protect so often from a lot of those naked flush draws, you know, the ace-x with the ace of spades that's going to be opening and c-betting this.
I think Moby's going to get done here. I think Moby is going to be leaving this table with 0 chips, and that $409.56 bounty is going to Biedro. Oh, Moby, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, as played, you can't just be giving your opponent credit for having a flush in this spot, and you definitely have to just put the chips in. It's pretty unfortunate.
Yeah. Quick follow-up question, Maria, on the whole Helmuth situation, and obviously at the point the cards go on their back, Foxen doesn't really react, but probably was a little bit confused. What do you think the reaction is from Phil if the hands are reversed and the play is reversed? and it's Foxen who calls all in with Queen 4 and gets lucky.
I think that Helmuth would have taken his threat from the World Series of Poker about burning the place down and actually burned down the Poker Go studio. I think it would have been a very, very, very bad day for everybody there.
And ace high still good on a 9-8-3 flop. Job done. Well, suffice to say, Pietro is in the catbird seat right now. Chip leader with a stack of close to 10 million and 46 players remaining now. And Elk in the big blind with 10-9 offsuit. Well, pair of tens is the best hand right now.
Wow, quick fold from the 10. I mean, I understand that it seems like the path to getting to showdown could get very expensive and your hand is pretty weak. And there's going to be a lot of bad runouts, but sometimes players will elect to just see one.
A horseshoe thrown at the chip leader. And Elk here with ace king. So average stack is now 2.66 million. And Elk decides to get it in with ace king. How much is the bounty? $863. Queen jack suited. No. Pietro with the Grafton. The Marsterian. That's 10-8 suited. Well, Pietro still has the best hand.
Yeah, and I think it's a pretty comfortable c-bet spot against a big blind defend range, and probably going to get a fold.
Enough with the horseshoes already as Pietro moves over the 10 million mark. Seriously, it looks like it hurts. And ace king again for Elk. Is this raise going to get through? No, we get a 3-bet from Ancintivar.
Yeah, I don't mind the 3-bet with the king-jack offsuit, but obviously there's going to be a 4-bet coming out of the ace-king. When we look at the effective stack sizes, you're just not going to be folding this. You'll be getting it in pre-flop. But that does not mean that that king-jack off 3-bet was a bad hand selection, just bad timing, really.
Yeah, shortest stack right now is around 674,000. So actually, we probably still have a little bit more stack consolidation to be doing. And a pair of 8s here for Imponed. Gringo 90 says, any mention of when Scoop is going to be yet? Yes, we confirmed the dates for Scoop some time ago. I'm assuming you're asking about the Global Scoop Series. And that will start as soon as EPT Monte Carlo is wrapped on Sunday, May 8th, and will run until Wednesday, the 1st of June. May 8th to June 1st is when Scoop 2022 will be taking place.
Both players with boats. Seabart definitely has a good enough hand where obviously they're thinking, okay, I could probably get a call out of ace high. Those type of hands. There will be some worse hands that could call if I were to bet again, but does end up checking back. And now I think I would have likely value bet as pawned, but decides to go for the check.
Switching. New feature table. Got some new players to get to know. Oh. Swiss Eskimo. Need to get them to know them pretty quick. They could be out here. Yeah,
Well.
I'd say. That is a full house 4-3 curry on the flop. And a KO. A Swiss Eskimo exits in 43rd place, cashing out for nearly $963. And OJ has the bond, 7-5 of spades. Marius rightly pointing out that Scoop is on in Spain. I was figuring that Gringo wasn't asking about the Southern European version of Scoop, because I'd like to think that Gringo would have spotted it if they were in Spain and playing on PokerStars. So,
Well.
Cacanesso opening with ace-queen. I've just seen the queens for caddy just, Maria.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to get in pre.
And this should be a nice double up for caddy just. No, scratch that.
Aye.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, and we get a KO there. And Cacanesso up to 7.6 million is now worth nearly $2,400. Five, 7, 8, 9, 10. So close. So close.
So close, and a statistical favorite over the deuces.
Yeah.
I don't know how the deuces can continue here against this lead.
It's always a weird one when the best hand is not actually the statistical favorite. So we've now got King Helgren at this table as well, who we saw have a pretty decent start to day two. Is now a below average stack though, 2.6 million. Average right now being 3.1 million. 35,000, 70,000 blinds.
So James, how was it in Prague? Like, how did you feel being back out there and doing some live broadcasts again?
It was great. I mean, we did our kind of Prague recap on last week's podcast, and I think I said then that, you know, taking nothing away from it because it was exciting and it was great to have the EPT back again, it was also really exhausting. And just having not done it in a while, I'd forgotten what it takes out of you to have to not just leave the house to work, but to actually go abroad, go on location and work, you know, 7 or 8 days in a row, quite long days as well. And it was rewarding though. So not a complaint, but it took a little bit of recovery time after I got back. I was wiped out for at least 3 days afterwards.
Yeah, I
But
also
looking forward to
just
the next
feel
one.
like, yeah, but I'm sure it's nice with the chemistry and the dynamic that you and Joe have and Nick
course.
on site. You know, it just makes the whole thing flow so much better.
Yeah.
It makes the Chop
Yeah.
Pots song sound so much better.
But it's a weird one. I kind of like the mix now because, born of circumstance, right? We have focused pretty much exclusively on online poker for the last 2 years. And there is an argument that we probably weren't showcasing some of the biggest online games enough before that. And now I think we're in a position to give everyone the best of both worlds. The fact that we can cover the Sunday Million every week, that we can showcase major series like Scoop and WCoop, but still have those tentpole events like our EPT stops to complement that coverage. You see the best in the world play both on PokerStars and at PokerStars live events. But yeah, to actually get outside of the PokerStars arena and see real human beings holding real cards and real chips, you can't really beat that. And as I said, yeah, looking forward to Monte Carlo. Looking forward to the first week of May. We're going to have our first Super High Roller stream, final table of that, and then, of course, 4 days of main event coverage.
Can we
What are
talk
your
about
plans,
that
Maria?
fabulous? Well, I was just going to say that fabulous package that you guys are giving away for some Monaco Grand Prix Red Bull experience during Monte Carlo, because I wasn't sure if I was going to Monte Carlo, but if I can get my hands on one of those things, I will be there in a heartbeat.
Wow. The first thing to highlight is that would mean going to Monte Carlo and then having to go back to Monte Carlo, because the EPT takes place end of April, start of May, and I believe the Monaco Grand Prix is at the end of May. So if you want to do 2 trips to Monaco, knock yourself out, Maria. I was going to ask, even if you take the Grand Prix out of the equation, will we see you actually in Monte Carlo for the next stop of the tour?
I'm still undecided, but I'm leaning towards yes. I mean, I love Monte Carlo. It's always been one of my favorite stops. And I have not traveled internationally, obviously, for the last, 2 years and change. So it would be my very first international flight post-pandemic.
Well, we've got aces versus a flush draw here. And Cacanesso has made it full pot, gets called, and there is the diamond flush for OJ, who is now an 84% favourite. And make no mistake about it, Cacanesso's going nowhere, especially with the ace of diamonds in their hand.
Yeah, and definitely wouldn't even blame them for going for this value bet here. Clearly still has a very strong hand with this board, despite the fact that we see that their opponent does have the flush already.
Raises the turn and gets a call, and we have a pot of 5 million. OJ with less than pot behind. Cacanesso with just over pot. This is the biggest pot we've seen so far, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, with how fast Cacanesso called as well, I mean, you expect them to have this type of hand, a really strong holding. Didn't go for all of the chips, went for a smaller sizing there for value on the river, and of course the quick call.
Yeah, and that is going to put a huge dent in Cacanesso's stack. Meanwhile, we have a new chip leader. OJ from Kazakhstan has more than 11 million chips and sits in the #1 position with 38 players remaining. Gamer01 asks, what about streaming Titans once to see the pros is a big difference? It's tough because you can't stream both, right? You've got to pick one or the other. And our preference is normally to cover the Sunday Million. And I'll tell you why. Because we do get to showcase those pros in those 5K and 10K events every time we do a major online series. So we've already established that Scoop is coming up in May. We know that WCoop will be later in the year, and those guys get plenty of screen time. There'll be plenty of 5K and 10K final tables during that series. There's a lot of what's the word
What
I'm looking
happened
for?
here?
Clicking going on right
Yeah,
now.
that was some clicking out of the King 4 offsuit. Well, that's one way to get some of your chips back.
Yeah, for sure. Now we have though flush, opening with Jack 10 of hearts, 9 8 of hearts for chip leader OJ. And King Helgren waiting in the big blind with ace king. Just an all-in. Keep it simple. So a few players at this table, well, two specifically with below average stacks, though flush and King Helgren, plus the overall chip leader OJ. Biedro, who we've seen a few times this evening, currently sits in second place on the leaderboard with 8.4 million. 36 left and 3 curry. 3 bets with ace queen. OJ with ace 8 of hearts.
Yeah, and you would imagine that OJ is going to start opening up their range a little bit, having such a big chip lead. So I like that 3 bet from 3 curry, and now it's just a spot where OJ has the inferior kicker and is definitely going to put some chips in the pot. Not everybody would be calling 3 bets with ace 8 suited out of position, so gets into a little bit of trouble here.
And OJ calls. We go to the turn, which doesn't change anything, and OJ's got less than 7%. Three curry makes it 1.8 million.
Yeah, still very happy so far with this run out to go for value. Of course, there's that flush draw from the flop that you definitely want to charge.
And OJ gets away from it, realizes that they might have kicker problems. Solid fold there on the turn. Fury Lol 1 asks, where is Joe? I want to get banned. Joe is on his break getting a hot dog. But I don't want you to feel left out, so I'll sort you out. There you go, buddy. You're banned.
Right, I was going to say, it's not just Joe with the power to ban people, so we don't need him here for people to get banned.
Cami has a question for Maria and James. That's us. Who are your top 3 old school poker players of all time? I'll go first. Doyle Brunson, Puggy Pearson, Gary Turnbuckle. Maria, your trio.
Okay, well then that answers my question that we don't consider people like Daniel and Mike Matisow to be old school then, really, huh? Like we got to go older, old school.
I'm thinking like
based on
I'm
yours.
thinking like if they yeah, it's like I'm thinking like when the World Series of Poker had like 6 entries in the early 1970s. That's my definition of old school.
Okay, I will go with Doyle Brunson, Amarillo Slim, and do I have a third that jumps out at me? I don't know.
I'll allow Chip Reese, Bobby Baldwin. They're of that era.
Then I want to pick Chip Reese because I was always a big fan of Chip Reese.
Yep, Johnny Moss. That's another one you could have had. Or Jack Treetop Strauss, who is often wrongly credited with creating the saying, all it takes is a chip and a chair. I love it when people say, can you name three? And you name three, and then they complain about all the ones you didn't name. You set the parameters. Well, for the second hand in a row, we've got artisanal sourdough at the table.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
Ace-5 of spades, and OJ calling the raise from K of spades 6-9. Frosty, who said all you need is a chip and a chair? It's well established and well documented that Joe Stapleton invented that expression in 2018.
Little squeeze here out of the king-queen suited. Definitely the right time, as all of those hands just were not quite strong enough to call that 3-bet.
Ace-4 versus Ace-6, and the 6 kicker is still good.
Yeah, and this is a situation where a lot of times the Ace-6 will just check back, but we've seen Kekeneso be very relentless in their aggression and doesn't want to check back that Ace-High that had showdown value, decides to bet and does get the inferior Ace-High to fold.
Hello to Schneehund, who writes, I listened to your Poker in the Ears episode about rounders yesterday. It was a great episode, especially liked that you told us about the commentary track, didn't know that it existed. You're probably better off not listening to the commentary track. It might be a case of ignorance being bliss. Maria, I don't know if you've ever watched rounders with the commentary done by a series of professional poker players. Phil Hellmuth, Chris Moneymaker, Johnny Chan, and Chris Ferguson.
Really?
And it is, I'm trying to think of a nice way of describing it. It's awful. I mean, Hellmuth kind of holds court, and Hellmuth is kind of like the chair. And actually, he's fine. And Moneymaker adds a few bits and pieces. Johnny Chan contributes very, very little. And considering he's actually in the movie, is disappointingly non-insightful. Chris Ferguson, I think, says a whole 3 words. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great.
So maybe there's a reason that most of us haven't heard of that, because I had no idea that existed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we've got a good question here, and it's already been answered. Neba, James, who is the most annoying guy to watch on a feature table? And it's K. Micel who says, the check your privilege guy. Absolutely. Don't know what happened to him, but he had his 15 minutes of fame, and no one's seen him since. Oh, hello, top set.
Oh, shoot. Top set against 2 pair. But, wow, ends up slow playing it and checks back the turn.
Checked?
Yeah, I mean,
How
2
did
flush
that get
draws
checked
on
back
board.
on the turn?
Yeah, crazy to think that with 2 flush draws on board on the turn that they did not go for the bet. Definitely missed out, because with the flush getting on the river, killed their action. Could have gotten so much more out of Kekeneso. But those aces sure keep getting passed around.
We have seen a lot of pocket aces tonight. Joe said earlier on that like 2 pair was the hand of the day. I kind of feel that as far as hole cards go, aces, very much hand of the day.
Yeah, and I feel like the shocking part is that aces has been holding up too. That doesn't always happen.
Jesse asks, are you allowed to play poker while standing up? Online poker? Absolutely. Whether you're playing on mobile, tablet, or on desktop, there's nothing to stop you standing up.
in the high stakes cash game that's played in Bobby's room in Vegas, one of the people that hosts the game basically started a game called the stand-up game where everybody stands up and the last person to win, so every time you win a pot, you get to sit down. And then the last person to
Right.
win a pot and the last person to sit down has to pay everybody at the table $100. And sometimes that also equates to standing up for the better part of an hour.
Wow. Oh, the dirty, dirty 10 on the river. The one out for Cacanesso. Yes, I know a jack would have been good as well. So, obviously, we were wondering what happened to the check your privilege guy after the World Series of Poker. He won Shark Cage, then moved to New Zealand, I believe. Someone says he's been reduced to doing commentary. Maybe we should try and get him. Got an opening next week. Willing to try him out.
OJ, his turn to get the aces, faces this 3-bet out of 3 curry. Just gonna go for the 4-bet. Sometimes, you know, especially with them being as deep as they are, aces could elect to slow play there just because this looks so incredibly strong. To come back with the 4-bet.
Blinds now 45,000 and 90,000. Now you see, Maria, I saw that question and I didn't know whether it was a typo. This was JF asking, Maria, how was filming with the Try guys? I don't know who they are. Should I?
Well, so I didn't know who they were either before they asked me to be on their YouTube show, but they're incredible. They're so funny. All of their videos get a ton of views. They're basically trying things for the first time or trying interesting things or new things and sometimes wacky things. And yeah, it was fun.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
So what were they trying for the first time with you?
Well, so basically we played poker, but we played a form of poker that they kind of came up with where it was all of them against me. So it became like a team game for them against an individual. But most of them had never played poker before either, so.
I mean, we haven't seen any, like, massive pots, any double ups or eliminations, but there's a lot of action at this table. They're not frightened to get their chips in the middle.
Oh. And Kikaniso, who 3-bet this, pre-flop, ends up running into a straight. Will they continue with the charade, though? Well, goes for really small sizing here. Do they have it in them?
They are.
Triple barrel time? Maybe?
For Cake and Esso's stake, I sincerely hope not. Renee, we are playing the final table today. We're playing down to a winner today. So yes, 34 remaining right now, but we're not going to stop when we get down to 9. We'll carry on tonight until we're down to a winner. Jack 8 in the small. 5-3 picks a good spot to bluff. Dolly wins that one.
Yeah, and certainly
Daniel.
I think now the players are starting to pick up on some of these tendencies that Keganeso is incredibly aggressive and probably doesn't have it a lot of the time.
Indeed. Daniel Tennyson on YouTube asks, James, what's your biggest tournament win? Not a huge amount of money, but I do have a Hendon Mob page. You can check it out. Blind v blind again.
Gonna go for a bluff here. Gets quickly called by the king high. Certainly King Helgren is not going to just let this go without putting in a third bet, especially after the original raise did get called.
Oh dear. Sixes again for two players. Dolly and K of Spades 6-9. Thank you for working out, Schneehund, or spotting that I am 135,092nd on the all-time money list. Nice. I'm top 136,000 in the world. Boom. Well, unsurprisingly, Dolly did not flop a 6, but 2 aces for 3 curry.
Yeah, isn't altogether surprising to see the sixes get involved in some way with this type of flop. I mean, I guess raising makes sense in the sense of clearing out equity from a lot of those continuations and finding out where you're at. But obviously when they call your check raise, you got to know that the sixes are no good.
Yeah. And 3 curry wins that on the turn. So Murat's got a little conversation going on YouTube at the moment about whether the software is rigged. Murat's heard rumours that the software allows too much action, etc., etc. And I appreciate that this information is not coming from an unbiased source. Full disclosure, I work for PokerStars. But I can assure you that the software is completely legitimate. It is not rigged. The shuffle is completely random. And it is not in the interest of the site to in any way dictate the action or dictate the cards or to try and interfere with running a game that's fair for everyone. And we've got some new players joining the table. Hello to Bata, who we saw earlier on, and Battle in Surge also coming to the table.
And what do you know? More aces.
And sevens up against Queen Jack, Jack 10, and Jack 8. Yep, 4-way action.
Wow, how do they fade? All of those overcards with the sevens still ahead. You really
flush.
see Kekeneso calling some of these opens with quite a wide range. You know, not everybody has Jack 7 suited in their calling range. And now Granadali putting the squeeze on.
And a decision for 3 curry with 6s. Doesn't have a lot of time bank. Folds, and though flush. Do you want to call all in with King Jack suited? Answer is no. Are on a money jump, by the way. Next player out, $962. If you can ladder to 31st, $1,350. Plus, of course, any bounties you've won over the course of this 2-day event. So Battle in Surge is chip leader right now. 10.7 million. OJ, who we were watching earlier on, the player from Kazakhstan, now second with 9.8 million. That Jack high flop might cost Battle and Surge a few chips here and potentially the chip lead.
Yeah, Granadali just deciding whether they want to raise here or perhaps wait for the next street. And I like this raise right away. Wow, surprised to see Jack 7 just not even think about it.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Snowmen's for Kekeneso. And 2 pair for 3 curry. Hand of the day. Make that 3 pair.
Quick call from Kekeneso, and I feel like this is kind of where you're seeing the wheels come off a little bit. Just not really willing to fold.
Does feel like a little bit of an implosion, and that bounty is very alive right now. The red target means it's the single biggest bounty of the remaining 31 players, near enough $2,400. And this could be an old-fashioned flip. Ace-queen against 10s. Stacks are quite big, though, relatively speaking. Nope, it's all going in. And Granadali is the at-risk player. Needs an ace or a queen. Doesn't hit. It is a set of 10s for 3 curry, and that is a KO. At least Granadali got the ladder, got the increased payout to 1,350. And more snowmen's.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
When you consider that the average stack has now gone up to 4.2 million, there are quite a few shallow stacks at this table. Ace-3 opens, 7-4 flats.
King 10 suited, extremely playable, does decide to just shove.
Well, one-time chip leader now approaching the danger zone. Not going to play this hand from the small blind. Instead, it's low flush opening with 9-8 of spades. And it's a case of raise and take it. Pair of fours for Battle and Surge. So 3 Curry from Canada now leads the final 29 with close to 14 million chips. 2 biggest stacks at this table, by the way, Curry and Battle and Surge. Oh, no, scratch that. OJ's just moved ahead of Surge, but it's close. Got Ace-Jack versus 10s here. Blind v blind. How does this go down?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of chips went in. Wow, just the shove. I mean, a lot of times, wow, that's the way to get away from Ace-Jack, I guess. I would expect that the 10s would end up just raising the limp, but not going for an open shove against the limp. And, you know, when you didn't invest anything really with the Ace-Jack, I guess you can fold.
Yeah. Ace-9 versus 9s. Low flush versus the chip leader. 9's still good. And no flush wins it. Blinds up 50,000, 100,000. And I imagine Batar will have to go with this. 5 big blinds. That is not a big stack. And likely to be flipping against Battle and Surge. He will probably open here with King, Queen of Spades. Here we go. Batar needs 10s to hold. And Batar's hand is good. Batar still alive with 12 bigs. And aces for one of the other short stacks of the table, Kakaneso. Is though flush going to do the whole classic? I'm on the button and I've got both the blinds covered. So I'm just going to open. Yeah. Oh no, he's got aces. Yeah. And it's over. So Kakaneso doubles up to 3.5 mil.
And from aces to kings. It's just a very slight downgrade. Wow, goes for a huge sizing on the open. I don't know if I love that. 4.2x open with kings on the button. Not going to get a whole lot of action. Most hands will not be able to defend for that raise size.
Yeah. I think that's a fair observation from Gloomus. They are playing fast. Jack 10 with the straight draw. Wins it. (10-6) versus 9-7. King Helgren with 10 high. And that monster is the best hand right now. Queens for Battle and Surge. Ace King for King of Spade. And
yeah,
it's 3 Curry opens. Oh,
what?
Queen's flats. Ace King flats.
Ace King flats? Hold on. What is happening, you guys? This is ridiculous. Oh my gosh, and now Jack 8 has 2 pair.
So Batar all in with 2 pair. Oh, the danger of slow play in Battle and Surge.
I mean,
Oh, Rivers
oh
is set!
my goodness. What is
And
happening?
Batar gets very unlucky to be KO'd there. And just like that, we are down to 27.
Wow. And K of Spades manages to stay alive even though they had a hand that they should have been all in pre.
I mean, it's like Queen's flats laying a trap. Ace King flats laying a trap. Everyone gets to see a flop. Guy makes 2 pair and still loses. Snowman's.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Pair of 9s. And 3 curry. Does not get another bet on the river, but is up over 14 million. Yes, Luke is like Luke. They are playing ridiculously fast. This table is moving at lightning speed, but that's fine. Love it. This event is playing 8 max, by the way, but it will be a 9-handed final table. So we will be down to the final 3 tables after the next 2 eliminations. Math.
Yeah, and I remember hearing, I watched some of the broadcasts from last week's Sunday Million, and I remember Stapes saying really early on that this is just like so fast-paced compared to coming from live action, you know, where there's a lot more time in between hands and in between each street. But definitely a different pacing.
Well, I've got a quick update for you, Sir Fred, asking me to keep you informed of any future Benja sightings. We did have someone talk about the Check Your Privilege guy, and we were investigating where he was in the world and what he's doing these days, and someone mentioned he does commentary now. We have actually hired him for next week, so we're going to try him out. So next week's Sunday Million, the Check Your Privilege guy is going to be our guest analyst. So check him out, along with your privilege. Ace-8 versus 10-9, low flush at risk. And ace high holds, low flush doubles up. Head above water. Joe Rule says, I can't tell if that's sarcastic. I can 100% assure you that Griffin Benja will be on next Monday's stream. All in again. And not ahead this time. Oh, River's a flush. It's in the name, Maria.
Yeah, I see that.
Could be all in again here with Ace King. And likely to be racing against 3 Curry's 10s.
Yeah, standard line would obviously be 3-bet from the 10s, and then though flush will jam over that with ace king. Wow, just a cold call from Batlin Surge with Jack 9 suited. Just cold call the 3-bet, no problem. This just makes
Surge.
it even more attractive for ace king to go all in.
Surge be
So
battling.
much dead money. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, oh,
There's the
wow.
shove.
What is happening?
Though flush. The call from the 3 Curry. $1,300 bounty on the line. 10's good. 10's hold. That's a KO. And though flush got a couple of double ups, but was then eliminated. And that is going to take us down to 25 players as we hit the break. So 1 away from being down to the final 3 tables. And it is 3 Curry, who we saw eliminate a player there, who holds onto the chip lead right now with 17.2 million chips. Biedro from Poland is the second biggest stack with 11.5 million. We will be back to the action at our feature tables inside of 5 minutes. But we're going to welcome Joe Stapleton back from his break as the players go on break. And I'm intrigued to hear about your weekend. I think you mentioned, Joe, that you and Maria were playing some poker. I want to know about that. I have nothing particularly exciting to report from my weekend. I did consider going into central London to try and get a moon swatch. Having seen the images of cities around the world, including London, I'm so glad I didn't. I think the stores in both Covent Garden and Carnaby Street were open for a whole 5 minutes before the police had to close them. No one's seen anything like this for a sale of a watch before anywhere. But it's not a limited edition. I will get one eventually. So I'm not bitter. I'm not jealous. Tell me about your weekend.
Can you tell us what a moon swatch is? I haven't even heard of it.
How have
Let's
you missed
start
this,
there.
Maria? You must know what I'm talking about.
Nope, I sure don't.
This
Do you know
is
that
a
your phone
huge-
can tell time?
This is a huge collaboration between Omega and Swatch. So the Omega Speedmaster is the chronograph that Omega supplied to NASA, and it's known as the Moon Watch because it was the watch that Neil Armstrong wore when he walked on the moon. It is a luxury Swiss watch which retails for around $5,000-$6,000. Swatch, as you know, makes very cheap collectible watches. Swatch, also part of the same group that owns Omega and Hamilton and Tissot and Longines. They've collaborated to make an exact replica of the Omega Speedmaster, which has the Omega brand on it, the word Speedmaster, exact specifications, but made of ceramic rather than stainless steel, and it's called the Moon Swatch, and it comes in different colors themed around the different planets, and everyone wants one. And there were queues around the block from all of the Swatch stores where it went on sale at the weekend. And in London, because they didn't really have crowd control measures in place, because they weren't expecting this surge of customers, it basically got a little bit messy and a little bit nasty, and they had to close early. Just to be clear, $250 is the price on the Moon Swatch. So basically people are saying you can have an Omega Speedmaster for a fraction of what the traditional model cost. So hence everyone's very excited. And the fact they come in different colours, people love that. Some people want to get all 11, but you're limited to 2 per customer. Anyway, I didn't get one yet, so...
Which one do you want? What color would be
I kind of want the
your first
traditional
choice?
one. I want the traditional moon trip, but also I do love the Discovery. Discovery, the Jupiter, because it reminds me of Discovery from 2001: A Space Odyssey, and I like the color scheme of the Jupiter theme. So if I'm allowed to, I might get those two.
I also know what
I
to
think
get
it's
you for
so
your birthday
cute.
now.
Yeah, exactly. We did just miss James's birthday, just like I missed your birthday, Maria. Ha! Sorry.
Not awkward.
I think it's-
Anywho, tell me about poker. I didn't buy any more watches, so I want to hear about the poker game instead.
Well, Maria threw a game together because we had a friend in town. Isn't that right, Maria?
Yeah. So we had a friend in town who wanted to play, so I was able to kind of scramble and get our usual online pandemic home game peeps together. And, you know, it was really fun. This is my first time hosting. You know, I moved into my new place during the pandemic. Haven't really had many people over for obvious reasons. And so I was trying to be the hostess with the mostest.
And she was, except for a dizzying faux pas as hostess, a charcuterie board with no cheese knives set out. I don't know if we were supposed to pick at this with our fingers, Maria. I'm not really sure what's going on. I'm glad Ann Landers isn't a thing anymore, because I would have to have reported this egregious faux pas.
That's true, but you know what? You went straight into my drawers without asking, Stapes, and found some. So there you go.
Joe, please keep your hands out of Maria's drawers if you haven't asked permission.
It was a very fun night, though. I decided about halfway into the night, I was having fun, having drinks and stuff, and I had driven down there, and I got permission from Maria to leave my car. And that's where we're going to leave this story for now.
Well, tell you what, you guys carry on telling that story. I'm going to take a break, but everyone wants to know about Joe and Maria's adventures. It's the stuff that dreams are made of.
Well, we're going to get back to some of these Sunday million dreams for a few minutes, and then we'll get back to some reminiscing over last night's home game shenanigans with Maria Ho. Pocket sevens outturned. But to be fair, there were a lot of bad turns for these two sevens. You know what's really awkward, Bare Naked Bull? The fact that you don't know how to spell the word awkward. You ban. Thank you for your comment. There you go, Garfield. That's how you do it. Kekaniso turns out, ooh, boy, this is not going to end well for Kekaniso. Getting a little out of line here. OOL, or as Bare Naked Bull would spell it, OAWCL. Kekaniso looks like has finally started to drift away, as we predicted. Trying to rep the AKA. Yeah, sounds like it. The Dew. Thank you for your comment. Batalon Surge, all in. Kekaniso gonna have to muck these two sevens. Later, Batalon Surge up to nearly 12 million in chips. Where are we at payout-wise? We got 25 players left, which means we should be on a pay jump. Yep, close enough. 23rd is going to net everybody another 550 bucks. Going out in 24th or 25th gets you 1350. Going out in 23rd gets you nearly 19 hundo. Thank you, Kate Massell, for saying exactly what I just said. Appreciate you. Thanks. 3 Curry. Making it 300,000. Their name is 3 Curry, and that's like some weird caricature of Steph Curry. All in from King Helgren. 3 Curry facing a sizable shove and a sizable bounty. Helgren's going to pick up a nice pot there. Blinds 50,000, 100,000. Not super hard to figure out how many big blinds each of these folks has got. Kekaniso under 10 bigs. Looser Girl, 27. In the small blind. Pretty sure that, I don't know, I would venture a guess that no actual girl would name themselves Looser Girl, 27. That's a very boy sense of humor. But who knows? Maybe I shouldn't be generalizing. 9 deuce deuce on this flop. 2 clubs. 5's ahead. Maria, you predicted that Kekaniso was probably going to have a fall from grace, and it looks like we're going to be here to witness it. Unless there's some sort of comeback run, trouble.
Yeah, you missed them maybe overplaying a few hands, unwilling to fold, and that's how you end up with a short stack after you were the chip leader not too long ago.
It's tough. It's tough when you're riding high for so long. You don't think it can end. And then even when you learn your lesson, oftentimes the damage is done, right? It just takes one hand sometimes. Start the free fall. I'd say most of the time it only takes one hand.
Yeah, most of the time.
Kekaniso limping here. Queen 10 suited. I guess with bounties in play, 7-5 wants to come along, so there's 3-5, 9-10. Top pair for K of spades.
Yeah, and this just feels like a mistake. You know, I think now you want to bet this texture flop when you haven't connected with it. You don't really have a lot of backdoor possibilities. I mean, there's one, but I mean,
this is a
King of
huge
Spades,
bounty. You absolutely can never
huge
fold.
bounty. And that's what I think Kekaniso might not be factoring in. What is happening? The guy
Oh
has
my goodness.
$2,400
Okay, so
on
King of
their
Spades
head.
obviously has not collected a lot of bounties. Maybe they're unaware this is a bounty tournament. Maybe they're unaware that for 6 bigs right there, they had a shot to win $2,400. That makes me. I'm mad. I'm actually angry about that.
I threw up in my mouth a little bit just now.
But-
like, that did not
and
just
not just
happen.
from the shots we did last night. Maybe we should focus on happier times, like last night.
Honestly, you were on fire last night. You were so funny, Stapes. And you and Zucker together, just like bouncing off of each other. Oh, it's just too good.
I'm glad we were at
so
opposite
happy.
ends of the table because I feel like if we were next to each other, it would have been annoying. But like, luckily, we could sort of tag team various situations. It's helpful playing with people that are good, have good senses of humor too, right? Like, there's no one in that group we're afraid of offending or like hurting their feelings. So
Yeah.
that's nice. For those of you who don't know, is like a veritable who's who of former Poker in the Ears guests. Since I've basically poached everyone from my home game to be on the show, eventually we're going to have to hit up Daryl. But Beth Hall played in the game, gave me a ride home because I did the. I won't even say the sensible thing. The only thing you can do in that situation is not drive. And Beth offered to give me a ride home. Danny Zucker was there, has been a guest on the show. Maria, obviously, guest on the show. Maria's boyfriend has not been a guest on the show yet. We'll figure out a way to
No,
get
but
him
you know,
on.
he's available, Stapes. Hit him up.
Yeah.
I just love how quickly the wheels came off after I gave you permission to leave your car here. It was like, it went from like 10 to 100, you know. We were just slowly climbing and then it went.
And our friend Daryl Morey. I'm going to tell a funny story about Daryl Morey. Daryl is the president of the Philadelphia 76ers basketball organization. And I don't want to talk about what happened Friday yet, Marie. I'm going to save that for the podcast.
Okay.
But that was a pretty surreal
Yeah.
day for me. Yes, Daryl China,
fun
exactly, K. Marcel. And I didn't know.
China.
I didn't know what a like baller Daryl was when I first met him on our like Zoom home game during the pandemic. And then it came out that he was the guy that had basically took on the entire country of China. And I was like, oh my God, you're maybe the most famous person in the world that day. All right, Kekaniso, 3 curry.
Yeah,
Taking
3
me, so
Curry
just
really
getting
going
away
after
with
that
murder.
bounty. I know, and 3 Curry understands the value of that bounty. I mean, flatting a hand like King 7 offsuit when K of Spades just folded second pair with the bounty in play is just kind of two opposite approaches so far to this big bounty.
Looser girl in there at 5, somehow called by 2 undercards. Despite the fact that K of Spades does not collect bounties, I'm not sure what's going on here. So producer Chris is asking me if I actually try to talk about sports with Daryl, and the answer is no, I do not. But what's really cool about Daryl is he is a very well-educated fella and likes talking about a wide variety of things, including musical theater.
Yeah.
You just never expect this like 6'5" guy with like a southern drawl who works in professional basketball to be really into musical theater.
Yeah, and what I love about Daryl is just like he's so unassuming. You know, he doesn't have a lot of bravado. He doesn't, come in with this sense of like feeling entitled or better than people because of his position or, you know, because of his wealth or whatever. But
Yeah.
he's just a really smart, funny, cool, chill, and really open person. There's not any subject between, you know, in person and online where he would avoid talking about certain things because you think like optically maybe it's not great. But he's like, no, whatever, ask me anything.
Yeah.
I'll talk about whatever.
Yeah, he doesn't like dodge questions or like avoid topics, which a lot of people do, you know, especially when they're like relatively humble people. There's certain things, but he's just like, yeah, sure, like whatever you want to talk about, let's do it. Somehow Keikaniso still holding on here, has gone from 10 bigs to 25 without ever having to show down. I mean, OJ, you just got to shove, right? Oh, no. Yeah. I guess 25 big blinds is a little too much to shove into with this hand. But there you go. All right. Yeah, bounty tournament. So somebody asked if I was by far the drunkest person there. Yes, that's true, but Marie, you can back me up on this. I don't act that much different when I'm drunk than when I'm not drunk. It's like a very slight...
No, you definitely hold your liquor very, very well. Like, I know that you're drunk, but most people wouldn't be able to tell.
Yeah. And the only thing is that I have been having these experiences lately where the next day I'm like, oh, man, I was pretty drunk last night. Like, I hope I didn't... And I'll, like, think back in the night and hope I didn't do anything embarrassing. And so I woke up this morning kind of a little Keikaniso with the King Deuce on the button. Woke up with being like, I hope I remembered to thank Maria when I left. Like, I just felt like I didn't thank you for hosting. Guys, I got to give Maria some credit here. Maria got food, had a charcuterie board, hired a dealer, and then obviously, you know, there's a lot of work that goes into hosting, cleaning up, and stuff like that. So that's all very generous, Maria. Like, there's just no way that you can ever even win enough in that game to make up for what you put out there to host. So, especially because you do tend to punt it off pretty good against us also.
Yeah, no, but it's fun. And honestly, like I said, it's my first time hosting. I still haven't had a house, like a proper housewarming, and I will at some point, which you're invited to. Otherwise, I wouldn't be saying it right now. I just wouldn't be telling you this. But it was really nice to host people. And obviously the benefit of hosting is you get to sleep in your own bed right when everybody leaves. No driving home, no leaving your car somewhere and having to come pick it back up later.
We got the nuts on the turn here for 3 Curry. Not really any way to get paid on this, unfortunately. Maria, look, it's working. This person on Twitch thinks you're chill.
Got him. Yeah, you guys should have seen how chill I was when Stapes was cheersing people across like the chair, which is white. Okay, the chairs that are my dining room chairs were the ones that we use to play poker, and they're basically off-white, and they're just cheersing Jameson over it, and it's teetering and it's taut. I'm like, no, this will not end well. This needs to stop. Do it over the poker table, guys.
I made the mistake of assuming that Maria's poker table was more precious than her 3-legged chairs. Turns out a 3-legged chair is more expensive than a 4-legged chair. Did you guys know that? I would have never realized that. 3 Curry opening, ace 4.
Yeah, against the min open, I think OJ can certainly call with the 9-7.
And a pair of 7s indeed. The best hand, as we like to call it. OJ checks to the razor. Another bad card for 9-7.
Yeah, and obviously we can see how weak OJ's hand is with this board texture, but would 3 Curry be willing to go for a delayed c-bet here, recognizing that they do have the range advantage. They have that ace in their hand, so they could also make the best hand if a jack were to come.
Chunky too. Does get the job done. Gets the better. Gets the better hand to fold. Jack from Canada. We love hosting our home game, but it does cost a fortune. We serve dinner, prime rib, filet mignon. We love gourmet cooking and eating, but so much fun.
Can we go to your
That's
home
pretty
game?
generous spread.
Shoot. Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Very, very generous.
Just make sure you got a steak knife for me, or I'll be digging around your house looking for one. All right, Kekaniso once again in the mix. At
Always
risk.
finds a way to be in the mix. No matter what their stack size, they will be in the mix.
And Kekaniso getting aggressive. Raising on the come and drills it on the turn.
OJ not with much that they can call with, so in that regard, Kekaniso probably won't be making much more out of this flush.
Nope, but Kekaniso healthy once again, 35 big blinds. Pocket fives for K of spades. 69, that's hilarious. Did you see that? So funny. OJ folds 7-10 of spades on the button, and Kekaniso came to play. Came to play.
We've seen them call raises a little light. You know, we saw a call earlier with Jack 7 suited, and now from the small blind with Jack 9 offsuit, not really a hand that you would see many people calling raises with out of the small blind. And just as betting into sets, it happens.
Just as like, you know what? I'll take that lead. Thank you very much. And I will fire with an absolute airball and call the raise.
Did they call the raise? Wow.
Called the raise. Snap folding to the shove on the river.
And just like that, back to not so healthy of a stack.
What an absolute punt, says Immortalized. And generally, I'll ban a comment like that, but you know what? I'm going to allow it. I'm going to allow that one because I think it's not accurate, we'll call it. Kekaniso all in. I mean, with this many chips, I would be tempted to call any 2 cards for $2,400. Is that crazy that if I had 17 million there?
All. No, not at all. I definitely think that. I mean, 6 deuce is a little.
Kekaniso looks like is gonna survive again. Yes,
yeah,
it does. Right back up to 38 big blinds.
We've got Kekaniso keeping things interesting for us.
And right back in the mix now. King Trey of spades.
Clearly does not like to fold.
Flops top pair. And wins another pot. Up to 42 bigs now. Or not quite. The blind just went up, but. Lucas Paz. Pocket kings. Joshy Bray says Keikaniso is actually 2 names. You could just call him Keiki and stop pronouncing it funny. You guys know how I feel when people try to tell me how to pronounce stuff, right? It makes me, what's one of those things that you, like, tie up your hair with? It's like a piece of cloth.
Scrunchie?
No, like, it's a long, like a wide piece, like a square, and then you tie it in the back. Sometimes you can tie one around, your neck.
Bandana?
Oh, a bandana. That's right, you banned. Thank you for your comment.
I didn't know. I should have obviously known that's where you were going with it, but I was actually just thinking,
okay.
oh, hair tie. Hair tie. Here we go. How do I not see it coming? That is true.
King Hologram may not see this coming. Never forget the overpair. They do happen.
You scrunchied. Hey, we can make that a thing.
King Helgren has been running into the buzzsaw repeatedly this hand. Finally lays up a little bit. I can see why Lucas might be a little concernicus here.
Yeah, this run out obviously isn't great when you are up against the big blind defend range, but I think that some players could find this value bet. Yeah, there we go.
I don't have this in me. I'm just like, nope. I mean, what am I getting called by here?
Well, we'll see if King Helgren will. Okay, well, doesn't. So in this scenario, you're like, yeah, we'll see. I won't get called by worse, so why would I put my tournament life at risk? But you do sometimes. You certainly do.
I guess in a bounty tournament, you can get called by worse a little bit more often than playing for chips. And we do have 21 players remaining now, so we have prize jumped. Everyone now guaranteed around $1,900 plus the bounties. King high out in front for now. Bet and take it down. 3 curry. Keikaniso folding. Looser girl with one of 3 curries. 10s. Still good enough for a raise. And just a defend out of the big blind from OJ. Not the flop 3 curry is looking for. OJ checks. We know C-bet's likely to get this done.
Yeah, it's just a weird sizing to go that big when you're not going to get called by most hands that don't have you beat already. But either way, wasn't up against a hand that could call.
Yeah, from an emotional perspective, I understand that bet size. It's like, okay, let's just find out right now whether we're losing or not. And another pot for 3 curry. So yeah, back to the last night conversation. I've been having a few nights lately where like I wake up the next day and I'm like, I have like a foggy recollection of what happened last night. I hope I didn't do anything embarrassing. And I came home a couple of weeks ago after a stand-up show. It was like a very stressful night for me. I drank a little too much. And I went out afterward to like continue blowing off steam. And I ended up getting a girl's phone number. And I came home and I said to my girlfriend, I'm like, hey, look, I got really drunk last night. Like I got a girl's phone number. I don't, I don't have any secrets with my girlfriend, so I don't I just felt bad that maybe I had oversold, like, that I was single to the girl whose number I got. And
yeah.
so I ended up going
Probably.
back to that bar. Yeah, like, I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to text her and be like, oh, hey, like, I don't know how I got your phone number, but... And then I went back to the bar where I met her, and she was working there. And she's like, oh, hey, we know each other. I was like, yeah, I'm so sorry. Like, I got your phone number, and I never called you. Like, I didn't want you to think anything, but I have a girlfriend. And she's like, oh, yeah, no, I know you have a girlfriend. You told me, like, right away. We talked about your girlfriend a lot. You were just like, yeah, you're just like, oh, me and my girlfriend have, like, really fun house parties, and you should come sometime, and I'd love to be friends with you guys. And I was like, oh, thank God.
Okay, well.
So I just know that I can trust myself. Oh, boy, big hand shaping up here. Here we go.
Oh,
Ace-queen suited for OJ. Ace-king for Kekaniso. Just flats. Again, a baffling move.
Baffling plays, but could maybe save their tournament life. I'm not sure. We'll see.
I don't
what happens
think
with
that's
Ace.
possible with two aces. And what is that, a click back from Batlin Surge?
I mean, OJ with the ace-queen suited, though, so nice to call here and hopefully flop the world. Got to think about those implied
can you
odds.
call?
Just
Yeah, I don't think
shoves.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh.
I mean, Kekaniso!
I told you. Kekaniso was going to
Kekaniso
get
folds
away.
ace-king.
I told
Ace-queen
you.
goes
Get
broke.
away.
Huge bounty goes to Batlin Surge. Maria was right. Kekaniso gets away. I have no idea how that happens like that.
You know, honestly, at this point, like, I wasn't sure how I felt about Kekaniso, but I'm rooting for this person now, 100%. Like, how could I not? What's going on here?
It's very difficult to have a personality in online poker. Kekaniso pulling it off.
Yeah,
Looser girl getting smacked with a 3-bet here.
They're special. That is for sure.
Yeah. Medical expert says Kekaniso is a crusher. Convince me otherwise. I have no idea how you get away from ace-king there.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so non-standard, right? Most players would have just already 3-bet themselves, and then when the aces get involved, it's like, well, okay, I'm committed. I 3-bet the ace-queen raise, and then somehow the ace-queen suited puts it all in, and then you make the fold.
A pair of eights is the best hand here. Looser girl with a fairly loose holding. Queen 8 off suit. Oh, goodness. That's a nice turn. That's a nice turn.
Yeah, Batlin Surge might elect to check back, though, in this spot after getting called, and they do. So, you know, not a great run out for ace-king. Might be able to get away pretty cheaply.
This is where Maria, this is where I'd pull my patented bet $5 right here.
Well, in this situation, if they did bet the min, they'd probably get called by ace-king. So, you know, what some value.
And we've got the open shove for around 10 big blinds from King Helgren. Was at the top of the leaderboard at one point. Doesn't have the ability to bounce back like Kekaniso.
Not as resilient.
And 3 Curry makes the call. It's domination time, and the dominating hand holds. Helgren eliminated. Big old bounty headed over to Curry, over 1,100 bucks. Down to 19 players. we don't have another page jump until we get to the final 2 tables. Looser girl. Committing with 7s does not get a call out of the king. This is very strange.
But I think we remember this is what usually happens in the Sunday Million when, you know, we're talking about these buy-ins that are a little more accessible. We get down to the final 3, 4, 5 tables, and there's going to be a lot of players that are going to be playing unorthodox. This is probably, you know, a really, really big spot for them. They are going to be maybe just sometimes making mistakes, but also sometimes getting a little ahead of themselves or feeling maybe flustered by some pressure in the moment. And I think it's a little par for the course.
I'm just seeing like, oh, I have king jack suited and I have a whole lot of big blinds. And that bounty's worth $1,500. The folds are...
I know.
Although, to be honest, if I was making calls to try to win bounties, I probably wouldn't be this deep in the tournament to begin with, so...
And just another surprising flat here out of the small blind by ace king. I just, against a button open with this effective stack size, you just imagine they would be putting all the chips in before the flop, but...
Accidental grenade, Keith Becker, Twitch streamer, flatting ace king, so hot right now. I mean, I don't blame these people who just flat with ace king and hit top pair and flop the second nut flush draw or the nut flush draw. Like, awesome. Great. So what do we have here? Another limp from Batlin Surge with ace-4 suited. Ace-10 and a relatively short stack. There's the shove. And Batlin Surge does not go for that bounty either. A little more understandable in that case. 2 10s for 3 Curry. And you'd think this is going to get through. It does. Ace-2 suited under the gun for Batlin. Absentivia with a fun-looking hand that could be tempting. But ultimately, in that position, lots of action to go behind you. Conservative play seems to work for me. Now, Kekaniso is all in pre-flop with 2 7s. And 3 Curry. Probably should be calling this.
Yeah, they have a lot of chips. It's about 20 bigs effective. You are a little bit afraid of perhaps what ace deuce is going to do behind you. You don't know, you know, that they're that weak.
Ooh.
But, oh. Ooh,
oh my goodness! The 7, it is always coming. Both players flop a set. Quads on the turn for Kekaniso. Just a natural. Just an absolute natural at the game. I don't know if I've seen natural talent like this in a really long time. Is this possibly a Phil Hellmuth foreign
Their
account?
timing has been impeccable. You got to give them that.
I mean, Kekaniso back up to 50 big blinds now? I mean, pretty wild.
Improbable, but when you are that skilled, you will find a way.
Opening 4x now? No, just the full 3. Queen 10 for the looser girl. Three Curry deciding to open. Jack Deuce suited. Battling Surge, going to try to set mine. Absentivia getting a great price with a bad suited hand. Ace, 7, 8, 2 diamonds. 3 Curry has some blue to consider. Oh.
Yeah, Battling Surge just really stabbing, obviously, knowing that if they get called, it's going to be really hard to get to showdown. 3 Curry, of course, can't fold the flush draw, but I mean, now when you kind of weigh out the way this hand's been played, could Battling Surge potentially try to turn their hand into a bluff, targeting these type of, 8x hands or, the middle, second, third pairs? Okay,
Ooh.
well, it's 3 Curry that's going to beat them to the punch there.
Three Curry opening Queen Jack. K of spades. Again, just flatting. Maybe they don't know it's a bounty, and maybe they don't know you can re-raise. Three Curry's managed to outflop K of spade, which is part of the reason maybe you would have wanted to put some more money in pre-flop here.
And it's just the person with absolutely nothing and 0% to win going into the river that's just going to lead.
All right, Curry calls. And River's 2 pair. Going to be tough for Cake and Iso to fudge their way out of this one.
Yeah, it does end up checking. Does know when to give up, though.
Yeah, no, some absolute spots where I was like, well, this is it for Cake and Iso. Nope. I mean, that wasn't one of them, but has gotten away from plenty. Ace Queen suited for Absentiva. More or less all in. 2 away from another pay jump. That gets through, blinds up yet again. 200,000 is your big blind. Ace 4 for Absentiva. Maybe feeling a little confident after that last shove got through. Nope. What is this, like a limp call with 9-7 of diamonds?
Yeah, and especially when you're just facing that small raise, it's such an easy hand that
Boom.
you're going to want to see a flop with. And yeah, connect very decently with. 2 pair.
And
You said it at the top of the show. 2 pair is going to be the hand of the day.
Hand of the day today. Every time somebody makes 2 pair, take a shot. By the way, Maria, I did check in with your man friend when you said that maybe he wasn't. You maybe heard some noises coming from upstairs. He actually he said that he was choking on hot sauce.
Oh, okay. Well, great.
It wasn't quite as bad as you thought.
No, it sounded gnarly, whatever it was.
Do you know that there was a while that I owned the domain name mannoises.com? Because
No,
it's like, well, like when you live with a man over a certain age, they're just constantly snorting and groaning and grunting and exhaling and coughing. It's just nonstop man noises.
But you're saying this in the past tense. What did you do with the site? You no longer own the domain.
There
What's
was
happened?
there was a while that I wasn't super financially solvent, and I had to give up like a bunch of the domain names that I was spending, like, every time registration came around, it was costing me like $500 or $600. I just didn't have the money anymore, so I gave up mannoises.com.
I feel like you really could have done something with that.
I know. King 9 versus 7-9. No two pair for anyone here. Maybe we put it straight on the board? Maybe put it straight on the board? King high is the best. Curry's going to value bet king high. So we are on another pay jump now. 17th place. Oh, no, not yet. We're one away from that. Sorry. Anyway, almost 1,900 bucks. 15th. It goes up to nearly 2,700. So these are... This is where ICM really starts coming into play. 7 C betting into top pair. Betting super
And
small to top
again,
pair.
Yeah, betting twice, and now Cake and Isa with trips on the river. Huh. Okay, that's a little greedy, Cake and Isa, in my opinion. Just going to go
Greedy.
full pot lead. But kind of let Batlin Surge off the hook, maybe.
Batlin Surge got 3 Curry on the hook for now.
Yeah, lying in wait there with just the flat.
997. King's way out in front. Ace 4 might want to peel here. No. Just gives it up. Well done. Ace King versus Ace King. K of Spades actually re-raises for once.
Wow. That button does work.
Maria, are we singing?
Oh, yes. We're
Okay.
doing the thing where I start right after you're done saying the thing.
Okay.
Okay.
This board runs out clean. No dirtiness done whatsoever. It is a chop pot, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. No idea. No.
I blame you. You're hungover. If it sucked, that's on you.
I don't get hangovers. We've established this. I got up at 6:30 this morning
Come on, guys.
and worked out. Despite
A 1?
we'll just focus on the pair of jacks here for 3 Curry. Cake and Iso
A
gone.
1?
Folds.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was definitely impressed when you told me you woke up at 6:30 for training, because I thought that here I was, the hero, waking up at 8:30 to train, and you were up a whole 2 hours before me.
And I probably was in bed long after you, since it's about 40 minutes from your house to mine. I do wonder what conversation I tortured Beth with on the way home, too.
You need to message Beth about your behavior after you left.
All right. Potential collision shaping up here between 2 shorties. 3 Curry going to open. Shove from pocket aces. Not much of a bounty on the line. Understand the fold there. What is this? That was awkward. You know what's awkward, Sonny Jim? You know what's awkward? Not being able to chat. You banned. Thank you for your comment. Take an ESO. Ooh, does not elicit the fold with the pre-flop aggression. Hits a pair, though, and that pair is good. That pair is 8s, and that pair is good. Sometimes Beth watches the streams. Maybe she'll pop in. We can ask her.
She might pop in and embarrass you in chat.
Action folds around to Absentivia. Kekaniso opening and getting shoved on. Later.
Yeah.
Fabian Popeye asked, does Joe really ban people for commenting? No. Sometimes I ban them from asking dumb questions. Thank you for your question. You banned.
You scrunchied.
You scrunchy. It wasn't really that dumb of a question, Fabian. I was just doing a bit. Don't take it personally. Don't slap me. There's certain things that get you auto banned, though. Saying something was awkward. The word cringe. Saying cringe is the new cringe.
And spoilers.
Spoilers, of
Always.
course. Insta death. Like, people want to test me when I say don't say the word cringe. You want to test me, and then... No, I don't think you understand, Smelly Dog. I can say whatever I want. It's you who can't. This is my show. Whoops. Now people are getting banned. Ace-5 for Kekaniso. Defended by King-10. There we go. We got emote only. Tough to offend me with emotes.
Everything is coming up, Kekaniso.
Keeping us all on our toes today. Do not try to predict Kekaniso. Okay, now we quite literally are on a pay jump. It's about $750 difference between 16th and 15th place. Keep that in mind. Pocket Queens, final two tables. JM80, welcome to the table.
Kekaniso interested with the suited Broadway.
I'm not so sure about this, Maria. Let's talk about this from like, let's say you were coaching Kekaniso. What some of the things I would imagine you'd say is, hey, that's an under the gun raise, so they're probably going to be pretty strong, and there's a lot of action behind you still. So maybe Queen 10 suited is just kind of a pretty hand that we admire and release.
Yeah, sometimes given the position the opener's from, sure, it could cost you a little bit more money than you might want to put in with an inferior holding, but it was a min raise, and I can see how it looks so enticing, and now Kekaniso probably feels like they've got way the best of it.
JM80 has no idea what they're in for, having not played with Kekaniso, at least that we've seen.
That could be a bit of an action killer, though, because I think that Jay would have had some designs to perhaps raise on future streets, but obviously now with this run out, it's going to be tough.
Kekaniso catching the royal draw a little too late in the hand. Three Curry. First aggressive action. Ace 10. We got a little sourdough. Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal. King Queen for looser girl. Raise and take it. Done and dusted. Next hand. Next. Ace-10 for Batlin Surge. Looser girl with one of these hands that you're like feel so dumb not defending with, but you never win.
Wow, just to a min raise folds. Yeah, I
I'm
mean
fine
most
with it.
people would find the defend there, but yeah, I mean gave a little bit of respect to the under the gun +1 opener in that scenario. And it's like K of Spades has found the all-in button and just is very happy to use it. A complete shift.
They're like, oh.
This is what this does.
Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Looser girl in 3 curry. Three curry, 3 betting. Looser girl trying to figure out, how do I get all the money here? Your bounty's worth $1,500. There's the nearly all in. Pay jump has already happened.
Yeah, definitely not a hand that you could 3-bet fold from these positions for 20 bigs effective. So
There's the rest of it. 3 curry in big trouble. Looser girl, a huge favorite to double up, survive, and does. Action folds around to the players in late position. Looser girl, I assume, going to ditch this, but maybe feels a little tempted to try for a steal. Nope, nope. Onto the blinds. This could be trouble for Lucas Paz. Yeah, jamming ace-4 suited. Snapped by ace-jack. Domination situation. Only 1 heart on the flop. Ace on the turn. Not good enough for Lucas. Out. KO in 15th place. $850 in bounties going to Batlin Surge, and we are down to 14 players. Kekanisa with King Jack. It's $250,000 for the big blind now. Maria, if you had a Kekanisa at your table, obviously you're not going to be privy to the whole cards, right? But you see this player, it's kind of erratic, right? You'd have noticed that. Maybe you wouldn't know all of the information. You'd be like, this person's kind of all over the place. Would you play more pots with this person because of the size of their bounty? And yeah.
yes, absolutely. I would be, flatting pretty wide against them, especially because if I believe that they just stole from the the best hand there, though. Fearless play. Yeah, I mean, especially if you know that their opening range is quite wide, then when you're flatting in position against that, you're actually going to be ahead of a lot of their range, even with your wide flats. So wanting to target that bounty when you have them covered is a great spot to be in.
Speaking of great spots to be in, Kekanisa once again from worst to first.
Kekanisa cannot be stopped.
Can't be stopped, can't be contained, can't even be lightly admonished. Trips now. What's up, DS Spotic? Hey, buddy. Good to see you. Thanks for chiming in. Do you know how that is?
No,
Maria,
I don't think
DS
so.
Spotic. I don't want to. That's our friend Dan. We're going on a break, but switching.
Oh, hi,
Still a
Dan.
hand in progress. Ooh, and a good one. Bottom set versus a flush draw. Is it wrong to root for a board pairing heart? Is that bad?
Why? Because
1.5.
the eliminations aren't happening fast enough for you, Stabes?
We've had fun action, but not a lot of eliminations. I think that at the start of that level, we had 18 or 19 players left. We only lost a couple. Brick for Bledrow. And miss some bets. Does not get any further action with that set of threes. Super fun level there. Cake and ESO. I can have my cake and ESO and eat it too, and that's what's going to happen now because we get to go 3 ways at this moment. James Hardigan, Maria Ho, Joe Stapleton. Welcome back, Jimmy.
Thank you very much, Joseph. And Musam Nissa has the chip lead going into the break, 17.5 million. But Cake and ESO is still alive, 6th in chips overall, having been in the danger zone, having been chip leader. It has been a roller coaster ride, especially during that last session. Maria, you asked me earlier on about what it was like being in Prague, being back on the EPT, having live poker again. Joe enjoyed it so much. Joe, you've decided you want to play some live poker. Now, I appreciate this is probably most relevant to people who are watching from the United Kingdom in the London area, but you're coming back to the big smoke, Joey.
Yes, I'm going to be making my first appearance in London in like over 3 years, I think. I can't remember when the last time I was actually in London. It was a while even before the pandemic happened. I decided it would be kind of fun for me to go play the UKIPT London series, so I'm going to I squirreled away a little bit of money to buy me some pounds, and I'm going to go visit London, go see some folks. Hopefully people have some fun playing with me at the Hippodrome, and I'm going to try to squeeze in a stand-up performance while I'm there, too. I'm very, very excited for a little poker vacation. I'm genuinely excited, and that doesn't happen very often.
Now, Joe, we obviously discussed this, and the ambition, the plan, Maria, was that both of us were going to go, right? We were both going to go to the Hippodrome. We were both going to play the UKIPT London main event. Of course, it's taking place during the Easter vacation, and I'm actually away for the second half of that week. I think I could play like the first day of the UKIPT main event, and, you know, that's pointless. But I am in town, obviously my home city, so for the first half. So we have arranged that we are going to meet up again, having seen each other in Prague. And I figured, Joe, as we're meeting up and there's stuff going on around the UKIPT, we're throwing open the invitation to everyone who's thinking of turning up to the event or who may just be in the London area. Wednesday, April 6th is the date. So in case you missed it, guys, the UK and Ireland Poker Tour is back. The first event is in London at the Hippodrome at the beginning of April. Joe's going to play the main event. But on Wednesday, the 6th of April, I believe there's a special event in the evening, and I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to say about it, but I think I can reveal that it involves the screening of a movie, which is very on brand for me and Joe, because we love our movies. We love poker, we love movies. We're going to combine the two on that Wednesday evening. And hey, if you're around to hang afterwards, want to grab a drink, want to chat about poker, life, the universe, and everything, we are down for it. So, yeah, join us at the Hippodrome on Wednesday, the 6th of April. Joe and I are going to be hanging out, going to that special event where you can join us. And then after that, you may get to play against Joe at the tables if you play the UKIPT main. Obviously, you've played events bigger than this, Joe. What are your expectations, though, of your first big UK event?
I'm a little nervous playing for that amount of money. The main event's £1,100, which is not the biggest I've ever played, but is like I think probably the second biggest I've ever played. And when I played bigger events, I sold a significant amount of my action. I probably will not sell much at all for this one. I'm a little bit more excited. I'm like kind of nervous for the 1,100 man. I'm a little bit more excited. I think there's 2 bounty events also, and those are ones that seeing all these bounty tournaments week in and week out, those are the ones I'm more excited and less nervous about because I think those are only like a couple £100.
So just a quick info update, guys. If you go to PokerStarsLive.com, you'll find details of all future live events, be they EPT, UKIPT, Estrellas, Eureka. All the regional tours are back if you want to check out where events are happening near you. As we say, the UKIPT London event taking place at the start of April. It's at the Hippodrome in Leicester Square. Joe and I are going to be there on the evening of Wednesday, the 6th of April. There is a movie screening. We're going to have some drinks afterwards, hopefully meet a few of you guys. And then I don't know how much time I'll be able to spend at the event, but Joe will be there for the main event, which is over that weekend, heading into the Easter holidays. It should be a fun one. I'm a little bit annoyed that it clashes with my chance to go abroad, because I'd like ideally to do both. I want my cake and ESO and eating it, but sadly not going to happen for me. Maria, you have a well-earned break coming up. Joey and I are going to try and get us down to a single table in the next 60 minutes of play. We've got down from 3 to 2, 14 players remaining, and we are getting back to the action as the players return from break. Aces again?
They're going around. I'm kind of not all that interested unless Cake and ESO's in the hand, though.
Well, Cake and ESO might get involved here, as there's been just a flat with the aces, and Cake and ESO could see. No.
This is the least amount of re-raising.
We have got a flush here for 3 curry, but it is also a street flash board. And Battling Surge does have that redraw to a straight flush. There is a wheel. Jay's got the wheel, and he's drawing dead.
Yeah. I mean, any club is good for Battling Surge. Not coming, though.
And this is all about the curry. Oh, my word. Gets called in both spots. That was a 23 million chip pot, and 3 curries now got more than 31 mil.
That was sick. That
was just
how
silly.
do you get? I mean, that's the power of flopping a flush. Like, nobody ever wants to put someone on having flopped a flush. It's just so hard to do.
Sorry, I should have gone full Mathis there. 23 million in the pot.
Especially when you have the ace of clubs in your hand, right? Like, that eliminates so many combinations of flushes that people are supposed to have there.
Man. By the way, when we were talking about UKIPT London, I think I saw Raksha say that she's coming down to London. She thought she was just going to get to meet Pi. I think we can go significantly better than that.
I mean, no offense to Pi. We'll say I'm a little more senior.
You're going to get your Pi, and you're going to get your tiramisu.
Tiramisapes.
That sounds
She'll
like
get
a
to meet
hairy
Tonka?
dessert. No one wants a hairy dessert.
My good friend Spraggy is going to be there playing the UKIPT. I'm very excited to get to spend some time with Spraggy. It's been a while. I did see him in Vegas for the Poker Awards that night, but things were really hectic. I didn't really get a ton of time with him.
Obviously, I saw Spraggy at the Hippodrome last year, but I imagine is the Squid going to be in action as well? I mean, I know there's a special place in his heart for the UKIPT. I'm sure he'll be pulling out all the stops to try and be there.
It seems kind of like the perfect thing for Sam to go to because he is beloved with that, with your typical UKIPT field, and he is at a significant advantage against a typical UKIPT field. So yeah. I'd be shocked if he wasn't there.
I mean, again,
now, the one thing I am kind of
scheduling conflicts are always the thing that get you, though,
yeah.
Right?
The one thing I'm kind of even more worried about, I mentioned that I'm a little nervous playing for the amount of money that's in the main. I believe you're allowed 2 re-entries per starting flight.
Wow.
And there's 3 starting flights. Now, it's probably not good for me to announce what my intention is for how many bullets I can afford. But it is not 2 per starting flight. I'll just start with that. Oh, here we go, my babies.
Oh. I mean, it's the Queen 9 that gets the action started. We've got the Ace-Queen suited for the chip leader, 3 curry. But the question is, what is Cake and ESO going to do here?
It's better not to predict Cake and ESO and let Cake and ESO predict you.
just flats with the jacks. Looser girl.
It is an awkward stack size, right? Like, what is it, 36 big blinds, something like that to start the hand?
Yeah.
Some people might feel jacks is probably strong enough that you can ship it in for 36 big blinds. I don't think calling is terrible.
I mean, that is a pretty safe board for jacks. And the weird lead, the 500k lead that gets called, now a double paired board.
And just no punishment at all for the min bet on two streets so far.
Very confused.
I mean, how do you give your opponent this good of a price to like keep drawing and just no overcards for jacks?
I mean, does this get paid off by ace high? It's a ridiculous bet. Of course,
I feel
it
like
gets
you
paid
have
off.
to. Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's like checking.
Kekaniso's now got 14 million, Joe. I mean, this bizarre strategy is working.
And another cooler shaping up here.
So 10s, 7s, king, queen, ace, queen. Whew. 13 players remaining. Michael Keys, what is the meaning of the I in UK IPT? The United Kingdom and Ireland Poker Tour. You may have heard of it. It's this country across the Irish Sea. It's kind of a big deal.
One of those countries that's like universally well liked, like a Canada or a New Zealand. Like nobody doesn't like Ireland.
Three-way to the flop. A set of 10s, the straight draw for Kekaniso, and the trademark 500k bet. And quads!
Oh! And Kekaniso, again, playing very quickly, you know, okay. Oh, geez. Oh!
And the poker gods giveth, and the bizarre play taketh away. Kekaniso back down to 5 million.
I mean, when there's two 10s on board, it's hard to put your opponent on two 10s if I'm going to look for a silver lining there. Jay with just over 10 bigs, shoving queen jack, suited. How much is the bounty? I can't see. It's covered up. 3 Curry has shied away from some bounty opportunities where some loose calls maybe would have been justified. Curious here. I can't see how much the amount is. Does make the call this time. Yeah, a significant bounty.
Jack high flop, though. And that is going to be a double up for JM80. And a couple of dents in 3 Curry stack, but still overwhelming chip leader with close to 25 million. The second biggest stack is Battling Surge, who's got just shy of 20 million.
It was not a straight out trick TV. It wasn't even that close to a straight. Once I counted it out, I was like, this isn't even.
King, queen opens, 3 flats.
Snap set mine from Kekaniso. Such a character. Such a character.
Three Curry flats on the button with 6-5 suited. The blinds fold, and we get a 3 on the flop. That is a set for Kekaniso. The all-in from Ansintova.
Oh, why you're raising? You could have got the pair of 5s
Bounty
to come
isolation.
along.
Bounty isolation. Wants that $909.55. Wow, look at that. 5s and 6s now. And this is wild. Kekaniso more than doubles up. claims a bounty, and 3 Curry drops below the 20 million mark, and we are switching. This is absurd.
I miss Kekaniso already.
So we are now down to 12 players, 2 tables of 6. Face palm indeed, Scar. Face palm indeed. Oh, Snowman's.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Max is a short stack, gets it in with the 8s, likely to be racing against the ace-queen. King-jack along for the ride as well. And that jack on the flop means we get a double KO! 2 players taken out.
So nuts.
Give the dog a bone. 22 million now, new chip leader, and we're at 10. We're hand for hand.
And this table needs to be balanced, right? We wouldn't go 6
Correct.
and 4.
We'll move a player from this table. Sorry, from the other table. So this table is Lucy Girl, who's just taken their seat. So one more elimination, and we will be at the final table. And yeah, good observation, K. Meisel. There is a huge pay jump now. Whoever goes out next, $3,727. Make it to the final table, you're guaranteed more than $5,220.
Man, oh man, that jack on the river for the double knockout. How much was that worth?
I mean, 2 bounties taken out there. 2 players, a significant amount. So Burner's now won $5,500 in head prizes, and yeah, has that chip lead with close to 23 million. Battle and Surge over at the other table is the second biggest stack, and there is Surge because we are switching once again.
Poop Blast asks, can you show both tables? Yes, we can. Thank you for your question.
K of Spade shoves. There's the isolation re-raise, and we're flipping. And 6s are holding on the flop, and on the turn, and on the river. That's a KO. And that is going to take us to the final table, but there is still action at the other table. No, it's over. We're at the FT. We have the final 9. And remember, we play on tonight. We play down to a winner. So congratulations to the 9 players who have made the FT of this week's Sunday Million, KO edition. Joe, 3 Curry still at the table. Kekaniso still in.
I mean, I feel dizzy. That went from, oh, we might get to the final table to the final table, like before we could even catch our breath.
Well, I think you said yourself that that things slowed down during the last session. I guess they sped up coming out of the break, and within inside of 15 minutes, we're down to 9. And we've already got action. Ace-King opening here, flattered by Kekaniso with King-Jack. Ace-High flop.
What's HF? Like, I assume people are saying have fun, but I don't think I've seen that many people say it to each other.
I was thinking it might be high 5.
Oh, okay. High fives are fun. 3 Curry and Burn gonna go for it here. Yeah, boring.
Blinds up, 150,000, 300,000. So it is Burner from Germany who has come in to this final table as the chip leader with 23 million. Battle and Surge, the second biggest stack, with 20 million. 3 Curry from Canada playing just shy of 19 million. Musum Nissa, the obligatory Brazilian, with 16 million. Kekaniso, also repping Germany, 15 million. Piedro from Poland with 9 million. Our third and final German at the final table is Lusa Girl, who's got 7.5 million. I'm Pwned from Moldova with 6.3 million. And JM80, the second Canadian at the FT, has got 5 million. Europlaque, is it the worst final table of all time? No, and I don't like your tone. And because of that, you're banned.
What do you think of Roos's comment here that you're doing most of the work while I'm still being hungover?
Are you?
Have you ever seen me hungover? Ever?
Good question.
Exactly.
No, I don't think I have.
No.
I've seen you
No
still
one has.
drunk the following morning, but I've not seen you hungover.
I don't get hangovers.
Wow, look at this. The check raise from I'm pwned, but not the check raise, just a raise. But Battle and Surge did have the best hand, but folded. Obviously, now we're at the final table. There are going to be
Stupid
pay
opinions.
jumps with every
Oh.
single. Oh, I mean, that's no, we get those all the time. That's not exclusive to the final table. But there are jumps with every single elimination. And if you look at the payouts now compared to the bounties that are up for grabs, I do think that now it becomes, I guess, those questionable calls, those borderline calls, maybe you're not as influenced by the bounty as you once were because you see the payouts that are so much greater.
The payout to bounty ratio is a little more even compared to like when you're playing for like a $500 pay jump and someone has a $2,200 bounty, right?
Yeah.
Now those pay jumps are like thousands and thousands of dollars. So yes, it evens things out a little bit.
George Blankenship on YouTube asks, what stops these players from watching the stream and seeing all of their opponent's hands? Nothing. I imagine many of them are watching the stream right now.
Honor system, I think, mostly.
I mean, obviously they're seeing information from 30 minutes ago, but they're more than welcome
Right.
to watch the stream while they play.
Pocket tens here for Bledrow. But queens for Batlin.
Well, we go to the flop, and it's top set for Battle and Surge.
And as Rob's noticed, no shot of hitting a set anyway.
Got a question from Harold. Harold! How are first and second tied in payouts? It's because of the format, Harold. It is a progressive knockout event, so the bounties account for half the prize pool. And when you get heads up, the final bounty is massive because you not only get the bounty for knocking out the player in second, you keep your own bounty as well. So that puts a huge difference between first and second without the need for any massive jump in the actual prize money.
Tens peeling the flop bet. Oh, and now Batlin is just putting a piece of cheese on the trap here. Hard to fold for this amount. Especially if you think maybe your set is good. It's hard to fold two tens right on the flop. And now Batlin Surge. I mean, I don't know what GTO says about this, but it's just given the absolute best price imaginable for a 0% equity hand to continue. And river is one more gross card. Oh, Bledrow. Batlin Surge probably likes it.
Wow, a check back from Surge, who is pretty much tied for the chip lead with Bernard right now. Crazy Bradley 1990 has a question on Twitch. Are we ever going to see poker back on normal UK TV? Remember the old days on Channel 4? What you call the old days was 2020. It was the summer of 2020 when the PSPC was broadcast on Channel 4. The problem is there hasn't been anything since then to put on TV. We had the first EPT event since December 2019 just 1 month ago. That was a non-televised event. So we need to get live events back up and running, and live events which are, how can I put this nicely, broadcastable, so don't have too many restrictions in place, so you can actually show them on TV. So it's just been the absence of live poker in the last 2 years, really, that stopped us being able to make stuff for Channel 4. So the short answer to your question is, yes, we are, but I can't give you a firm date when.
2020 was the previous decade, by the way. We haven't had anything on TV this decade.
Now I get confused. Does the decade change on the 0? I know millennia changes on the 1, but does the decade change on the 0? So was 2020 part of this decade?
I mean, we look at things, right, as like the 2020s, right? So I think most people, whatever the rule is, I think most people look at it as that 2020 is the start of the new decade.
Yeah, I think that is the official rule, that the decade starts on the 0, whereas the millennia starts on the 1.
Okay, Caniso once again in a spot. Top pair, but the best draw. Oh, and is putting a raise to burn. Woo.
James, what stakes do you play yourself?
Wait, did that work?
I play.
Did Kings just fold?
I guess they did.
That is insane. The stuff that Cake and Iso is getting away with
I know.
is unbelievable. Oh, okay. Let's see. How are you going to get out of this one? I guess you don't have to get out of this one. You get to showdown and King High wins. Well, that is a straight for burn. And that's a way more disguised hand than diamonds would have been. Does not get paid by King High. Cake and Iso proving you can't win literally every hand.
So as we just mentioned, it was quite a race to the final table. Maybe things will slow down for a while now. Sorry, no, I was in the middle of answering a question, but then there was that ridiculous laydown from Kings. What stakes do you play? I play 100,000 play money chip spin and goes. Thank you for your question.
Cake and Iso opening out of a fairly short stack with, not fairly short, but not a big stack. Jack 10 suited, under the gun. And flops top pair and a flush draw. It's just so good. It's just so good. It's just, I mean, I love it.
Is that raw sewage?
Yes. I love it. Two pair now for Cake and Iso. Hand of the day, two pair, by the way. Every time two pair pops up, have a sip. Coffee in my case. Stay hydrated. Drink water.
Yeah, if you're drinking coffee, you need to offset it with water. So Keikiniso was the start of day chip leader. Lost it, regained it, lost it again, was a short stack, had a few double ups, somehow avoided going broke because people weren't calling their all-ins despite the ridiculous bounty on their head. Keikiniso normally plays MTTs around this buy-in level, 109. Has $57,000 in total stars earnings. Best result before this, because they could easily eclipse that today, was in a $109 bounty builder event back in 2018. They got second in that for $8,300. In fact, I'm pretty certain, Joe, that with the bounties, yes, Keikiniso's already won nearly 6K in bounties. He's guaranteed 5K from the prize pool. So yes, Keikiniso has definitely eclipsed that score today.
Nice little hand here for Bledrow. 2K bounty. Yep, I was thinking maybe we see a little flat here from Batlin Surge. He's got Bledrow covered. Was already drawing to the nuts with the suited ace. And we got another 2-diamond flop. Could see some fireworks here. Bledrow.
Surge be battling.
Yep, going in the time bank a little bit, and boom, nuts. And this is very bad for Bledrow, who now is open-ended, has the second nut diamond draw. And another tiny bet here. I mean, this bet reeks of you having the nuts. Unfortunately, every time Batlin has done this, it's been into a hand that just can't fold for that amount.
Yeah.
So luckily, Bledrow doesn't improve, but still is a very strong hand for this board.
Surge, don't check it back. Thank you. 900,000 into 4 million. Cycle.
For this amount, I feel like it is a side call, yeah. I mean, you don't have a ton of chips. Well, there's a 4-card straight out there now. You got the flush, potentially, but you're blocking a diamond. You feel so dumb folding for this amount. You feel so dumb calling.
Yeah, I'm being wrong. It is a straighty, flushy board. Good point, Frosty. The 8 might save him. But blocking so many flushes, blocking straights. Come on. It's a cycle spot. But if he gets away from it, I will salute you.
Mm-hmm.
Makes the call. Ugh. Oh, we're getting a viewer dump. The mixed games movement is raiding. Hello, people of pie.
We've got pie and cake.
Pie and cake. These people who are representing the mixed games movement,
This could go in here.
they are aware that this is no limit hold'em, right? Yeah, it's going to go in, and Lucy Girl is the player at risk with the ace-queen. Ace on the flop, though. And gets there and doubles up.
Oh, boy.
Lines now.
Poor
175, 350. Burner now with 17 million, kind of bunched up with 3 Curry and Kekaniso and Musum. Batlin Surge. Surging out into the lead with 24.5 million chips.
This should be a nice risk-free win. Yep.
Queen, Jack, all in for 3 million. Fewer than 10 bigs.
I don't think any of these players can afford to call off for the bounty with their stacks. Nope. I mean, pretty fortunate for Jay that all the big stacks are to their right and they were able to get that shove in after they had all folded.
Nigel Snowden uses his first ever question on this channel to ask, does anyone know why Tonka missed that final table a few weeks ago? He overslept. It really is nothing more sinister than that.
Somehow 6-3 misses this flop. Check, check. Oh, and as predicted, we saw Tonka in Prague, and as predicted, I was like, dude, I said at least when you oversleep, I know you're the kind of guy that's going to be laughing. Oh, boy, never mind. We'll get to that in a second.
Sickest and classicest of races about to unfold. Poor old Bledrow, who's bled down to just 3.6 million. We'll get it in here with ace-king. Oh, there's the complication of Looser Girl. But I do think this is likely to be an isolation from 3 Curry. The shove from Bledrow and no doubt a re-raise from 3 Curry with the queens, and that will get rid of the ace-jack.
Yeah, this flat in the middle is good news for whoever wins this pot. It's just going to be more dead money out there.
Yeah.
Later, Looser.
Oh, you can't seriously think about this. Fold already. Here we go. Queens holding. Queen's good. That's a KO. Bledrow
2K.
gone. 3 Curry up to nearly 22 million. And worth $4,179 now.
Yeah, that was a big one. That was a 2K bounty.
So that will see Bledrow cash out for $5,229 plus bounties. Bledrow winning around 4K in head prizes. We're now down to the final 8. Everyone's locked up. $7,335.
Took a while to get that first elimination, considering we got JM80 here. Yeah, congrats, JM80.
Nice ladder. Jeremy
So,
on YouTube,
Nisa.
how do you know players are not watching the stream? We're already established, guys. The players are watching the stream. We know at least one of them is. I mean, I doubt they're listening to us, but I'm sure they're interested to see how hands were played 30 minutes ago.
Second open in a row from Missam Nisa.
King Jack versus King Jack. And ace 9 as well, and an ace high flop.
Of course. Missam coming out swinging. Understandable. You're supposed to have a lot of aces when you raise from this position. It's going to take at least another barrel, though. I don't think 3 Curry was calling to hit top pair and fold. Three Curry can probably value bet this now. Elects to take the safe route, take it at showdown.
And Curry
Sure
back
thing.
in the catbird seat. Battle and Surge opening here with 9s. Darian asks, can the commentators see our comments? Nope. Vito asks, why is Joe always on bad mood? Are you in a bad mood?
No, not particularly. I have a low tolerance for idiocy almost always, but that's I'm in a good mood.
Well, ace-9 for Curry again, and ace paired on the flop. Kekaniso with the
Ooh.
straight draw plus the club draw, but the ace of clubs in Curry's hand.
Kekaniso misses. Luckily doesn't make the flush. And shoves. Shoves with the air ball. Curry with 2 pair. Paired board. So 3 per for 3 Curry.
I mean,
This could be it for Kekaniso.
it's not an easy call, though. I'm just looking at that board.
It just depends. It's player dependent, and I just don't know how much if Curry knows about Kekaniso's game. Man, I
Losing to
wish I had
clubs,
this gear,
losing
though.
to a 7.
I just wish I had this gear.
A7 makes the fold. Kekaniso gets away with it and is up to 20 million.
Second in chips.
Well, Cake continues to delight and has 6s here.
Crazy Carl asks, how do you fold? So there's these 3 buttons that come up when you're playing, and the first one says fold, and the second one says call, and the third one says raise. And if you hit the fold button, that's how you fold. Thank you for your question.
I think it was a shove from Kekaniso, so his options were limited to just fold
Right.
and call. I mean, I don't know about you, Joe. I find things a lot easier when I'm just presented with 2 options rather than 3.
Yeah, right. You can get it wrong. You can get it right by accident sometimes.
Yeah, yeah.
When there's just 2.
Well, 6s still ahead here. However, Burner has 2 overcards to the board, plus has the straight draw. And now jacks for our spicy friend, 3 Curry. We do have a food-themed final table. We've got curry, we've got cake. I don't know what Musum Nisa is, but it sounds delicious.
Yeah.
Burner, if you're a dog, you might want to chew on a burner.
I mean, some people like to suck the marrow.
That's
It's
true.
considered a delicacy. Ooh, it's just thinking about that grosses me out. Ugh. Battle and Surge does sound like it could be some kind of crazy French chef.
Battling Surge is whipping up a 3 curry, followed by some cake and iso, with a side order of Muslim Nissa.
Hendo asks, how many tournaments have you two commentated together? I don't know, and I'm not going to make this question into a joke. It would be cool if someday we actually crunch the numbers on how many hours we've done. We've probably done more than anybody, right? Like, I don't want to falsely claim that. But even with the number of years that Lon and Norm had on us, the number hours of commentary, we've got to be.
If you add live streaming into the mix and you talk about live poker and online poker, yeah. A lot of people calling for Stat Trick. He's kind of busy right now, but maybe over the summer months when things are a bit quieter, we can give it to him as a side project.
And I'm saying quantity. Oh, not quality necessarily.
Jay all in. Called by Battling Surge. And Jay needs a king or a queen to survive. Queen on the turn. King on the river. And Jay doubles up.
This is going to get pretty shovey pretty soon. The blinds go up fast. 2 minutes, it's going to be 400,000 for the big blind. No one's that deep. Jay really in a spot, yeah.
Ace King Jack asked, did the World Series of Poker guys have hours and hours of material on the cutting room floor? Yes, but they don't voice the shows until they have the edited highlights. So they will only commentate on the hands that make the final edit.
Taking ESO. Snap calling with ace-8 on the button. Sevens are still the best hand somehow. What a stupid flop, though. Cannot be super happy about this. And takes it down. Takes it down. Just hasn't. I mean, look, has probably run into it a few times to get short because we saw Cake and East so short, but like just has never run into it when up against someone that has them covered. And the times they have run into it, they've gotten insane folds out of people.
On to the next hand. Okay, Kaniso opening with King 8. King 9 for I'm pwned. Oh, but it's the 10s.
Ah!
Oh, I love it.
What's up, Burn?
So that's Bernard saying, Joe, it means have fun. That is Bernard responding to your question from 30 minutes ago, asking what HF means, which shows that Bernard is watching the stream and also tells us that this final table has now been going for 30 minutes.
I did know it meant have fun. I just didn't ever see it said that much.
Do you want to ask another
Cool.
question,
like
Joe, that Bernard can respond to now that we'll see in half an hour's time?
It's got to be a very frustrating way to have a conversation. It's like in what's that movie with Matt Damon when he's on Mars and
The
they're
Martian.
like not getting his messages until like 3 days. Oh yeah. What's that movie about the guy on Mars?
I wouldn't mind as well if we hadn't done it as a superfan subject like within the last few weeks. Like if you hadn't thought about that movie since 2015, I'd allow it. But like, dude, we did a quiz on it like a month ago.
Oh, goodness. Oh, boy, this is big trouble here for top pair. Burn is going to get burned by the straight. Not sure about this play with deuces.
He never loses. What's that noise mean?
I'm just sighing at the fact that I'm pawn is in such a bad spot. Like these deuces might get to showdown very cheaply, and sort of make my comment about I'm not so sure about this raise with deuces look pretty bad. But there we go. Okay. Good on I'm pawn for taking a stab there. I know that an all number flop with king jack, you're just like so disheartened. Come on, Jay. How good do you flip?
Knock it on the head and we go for a curry.
Ah.
That is a chop pot. And Joe, you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
I'm liking these scores, Joe. I'm liking these scores. There's a few people who are clearly being very unfair, but the people I trust, the people whose opinions matter, are scoring us 9s.
9s and 10s, yeah, it's good. Yeah, like this 6 out of 10, you're banned. Thank you for your comment. Cake and Niso just muscling their way through another hand. Gets it done.
I now just have this uncontrollable desire to sing Cake and Eso to the theme of Despacito.
Oh, I'm thinking of Cake by the Ocean, Niso.
Doesn't really scan in the same way.
No, it does not. Three curry. Remember, we had an early open here. Interesting. Interesting flat here on the button against an early open. Does not have Looser Girl covered, so that is a little confusing. Also, maybe assuming Jay was going to come along in the big blind and have some good bounty equity with Jay's 1150. But every single player has whiffed this. If it goes to showdown, Jack High is going to win.
Mooney Hunter has a question, Joe. And that question is, men, WTF is this final tabble? I'm sorry.
It's the Sunday Million, my babies. Like, these are great every week. Like, this is so much fun.
Also, I'm sorry that if you are a female viewer or our female co-commentator, you're not allowed to answer that question. It's specifically directed at men.
Men. There you go. Thank you, Jess Alice J. Question for the ladies.
The question now addressed to the other gender. WTF is this final tabble?
Pocket Kings here for I Am Pond. Best I can do is one ace on the flop. What's up? Pawn Stars reference. Ah! Best I can do. 2 spades and an ace. Full boat now, so this flush draw no good for 3 Curry. Oh, speaking of Curry, remember John Curry, the writer we had on our show?
Yes.
He has a new book that I also read and enjoyed. There's a little poker in it. If you guys are
nice.
interested, if you like that other one. It's called Legends in Certain Circles.
So just the one elimination from the final table so far. Bledrow cashed out in 9th place. Jay still the shortest stack despite that double up a short while ago. Ace 4 calls and a pair of 4s for I'm pawned, but Burner with the 9s.
Pawn checks it over to the aggressor. Puts out a nice bet here. Just ditches the pair, the no good pair. Well done.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Aces. If 2 pair has been the hand of the day, aces have certainly been the hold cards of the day.
For sure. I'm pawned in a pretty bad spot here. Certainly should not be folding this hand. And we've got, oh, jams the king, queen of diamonds. Ah, boy. King?
And it's over. Our second KO of the FT. I'm pawned out in 8th place, cashing for $7,335 plus bounties. 3 Curry. Back up over 20 million. 3 Curry, worth 5K now.
You guys are seeing an incredible display here of Wasyle's theorem out of JM80. Just completely non-existent at this final table and printing money.
I mean, that's a really good point, Joe. I mean, by not playing hands, Jay has in fact doubled their earnings, right? Because was the shortest stack coming into the final table, 9th place paying 5,200, is now guaranteed more than 10K.
So sick. So Kekaniso, excuse me, in the big blind with pocket 3s. This should be pretty interesting. Always a good show, Kekaniso. I told you it was going to be good no matter what.
Yeah.
It's 2.8 with pocket 3s. No problem. Yes, Baker. Often finds a set.
And that is going to take us to the break. So we have 7 players remaining in this special edition of the Sunday Million, part of KO Week. It is a progressive knockout format this week. And it is Battle and Surge, who has the chip lead right now, just ahead of 3 Curry, both on around 22 million. Playing for that first prize of 67K plus bounties, and back to the action inside of 5 minutes. And a return appearance now from Maria Ho. And guys, I know we referenced earlier on the incident at the Oscars. We haven't really talked about the winners, and I don't really want to get into any great detail. The 2 things I wanted to highlight is that I think Dune won more Oscars than any other movie, despite the fact that it didn't win in any of the so-called major categories. It was mainly in the technical categories, but it's still officially the biggest winner of the night. But the other thing, and that's right, James is going to talk about Bond movies. No Bond thing had won an Oscar until Skyfall, and they've now gone 3 for 3. Skyfall,
Wow.
Sam Smith's song from Spectre, and now Billie Eilish, No Time to Die. So the last 3 Bond themes have all won the Oscar. Not a single Bond theme in history had won before Adele. I just find that bizarre.
How do you feel about that as a fan, that there wasn't recognition beyond that? I know that you thought No Time to Die should have been on the Best Picture list, didn't make it on there. Do you think, is that enough of a consolation for you as a huge Bond fan?
I mean, the Oscars are the Oscars, right? It's not the kind of movie that really gets nominations. They tend to ignore those kind of films unless we're talking about what's the new award, the fans' favorite, where everyone voted for Army of the Dead. Give me strength. Less about the movie, it was more about Daniel Craig. I think Daniel Craig gave a performance in that film and across his 5 films as James Bond that was worthy of recognition. But look, I can live without it. It's all subjective and all nonsense anyway. I imagine that we'll probably touch on this in the podcast this week, Joe. I know you want to talk about the guest we've got on this week's podcast because I know, and you're doing a really good job on our Discord channel of trying to get people to send in questions for this guest. Maria, it's someone you know very well. It's Koray Aldemir.
Oh, well, that makes sense because he came on in Prague for a little guest commentary session. And yeah, I mean, I guess we would like to know what he's been up to since he won a nice chunk of change. So I'm sure you guys will get into that.
Yeah, and I just think that sometimes, my questions all come from a very similar perspective, my perspective, and so do James's. And I think when we're having a guest on of this magnitude, of this sort of, there's probably a lot of questions out there that are things I wouldn't necessarily care about or think of, and it doesn't mean that they're not good questions. So I started a new thread in our Discord channel under podcast suggestions, where I would like folks to join the Discord, get in there, and fire off some questions for Koray. What's in there right now, there's about 3 questions, and only one of them I think I can ask. People are always really fascinated asking pros about various tax things, oh, how much tax did you pay in that? I'm just not comfortable asking that stuff. I don't think people really want to talk about it. That's pretty private. What they want is public, so I'm probably not going to ask that particular question, even though I do think it's kind of interesting. So if we can get some more things in there, that would be awesome, because I would love to, not put in as much work.
For sure, but there's a couple of good questions in there already. So if you're not already signed up, there's a link in the Twitch chat to the PokerStars Discord server, and there are dedicated channels on that server for the podcast, including the one that Joe just mentioned, podcast suggestions. And if you want to post a question that we can put to Koray when he joins us on Wednesday when we record this week's show, then by all means, please do that. And in the meantime, feel free to join the conversation. There is a podcast discussion channel just for general chat about the show. And, of course, the all-important Superfan applications channel where you can apply to be on the show. I'm trying to remember what we've got coming up as subjects, Joe.
Well, I was thinking of some subjects, that maybe aren't movies and TV. Like if someone wanted to do a general trivia occasionally, I think is probably fine. If you wanted to do something geographical, that would be kind of cool too. Just things that are sort of outside the box, outside of movies and TV shows.
Absolutely. So by all means, do drop your idea in that channel. And as I said, also your questions for Koray Aldemir, who will be the guest. The reigning World Series of Poker main event champion will be the guest on the show this week. Plus, of course, just other bits and pieces. I think, Joe, you were looking for TV shows that you could potentially get into. Maybe some people can suggest those as well. Mr. Stapleton now gets a 30-minute break as we return to the final table of this week's Sunday Million. Maria, cards are in the air once again.
Man, gonna cake an ESO, huh? I saw a couple of hands while I was on my break. You can't turn away. Just again with, what some would consider potentially maybe a looser defend out of the small blind with the 10-9 offsuit against the ace-jack.
And why do I just get this horrible feeling that a 9 or a 10 is coming?
Oh man. I mean, I don't think this bet size is going to get it done, but not surprised to see them take some initiative and take the lead.
So Girl now up over 23 million. Girls has become the chip leader. I mean, I guess that's the thing right now, Maria. The stacks are pretty shallow across the board, and these blinds, these pots, are resulting in a change pretty much with every hand.
Yeah, it does appear based on the way that some of these players have played that they're a little afraid to risk their tournament life. And when that happens, their stack is just going to continue to get shallower and shallower.
Queen 9 opens, gets flattered by King Jack. And it's these two again.
Yeah, definitely not staying out of each other's way.
Battling Surge opening with fives. 9-8 suited for Muslim Nissa, who's been relatively quiet at this final table. Hasn't played a ton of hands. Flatting here on the button. Well, it's the Jack 4 that defends from the big blind as well, and that's top pair for Burner. Pair of nines for Muslim, who bets close to $1 million, gets called. Surge gets out of the way. Ace on the turn, probably slows everything down.
Yeah, if Muslim did bet this card, it's effectively turning their hand into a bluff. Not much worse hands they would get called by. Okay, looks like they're going for it, especially with that big sizing. Certainly trying to get these Jack X hands to fold out, and it does accomplish just that.
Ace 3 versus Kings. No ace on the flop, just the wheel. Let's just do it the hard way, right?
And Batland really went for the sneaky call from the big blind, not 3-betting pre. So not a whole lot of reason for them to not feel really good about the strength of their hand. Okay, well that's going to kill it a little bit.
Yeah, that's actually a really annoying card for Girl. Really annoying. Because you've now pretty much assured yourself of winning the minimum from Surge. And yeah, Surge checks the river. Straighty, flushy board that's ace high. And Surge can fold the kings. So one of the observations we made about JM80, who's got the snowmans here,
Nom 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 nom.
is that Jay has done a pretty good job of laddering. Came in as the short stack, but survived 9th place, survived 8th place, is now guaranteed 10K. Just playing a very conservative, very tight game, but it's working. Jay keeping their head above water as the blinds go to 255. Okay, we've got curry and cake, our favourite combo. Not too many chips traded there. Seven, eight, nine. 10.
This could
Not quite
definitely
straight.
be. Yeah, this could be interesting. I mean, Jay really only has 2x pot, so depending on how aggressive they want to get with this open-ended straight draw that they're working with. Okay, well, or depends on how aggressive Looser Girl wants to
Yeah.
be. Just putting Jay all in, I mean, now you don't really have the right situation to kind of call on this draw. You were really hoping maybe they would bet a third pot, something reasonable where you can find continues. I mean, at this juncture, you would just be risking your tournament life on a draw.
Gets the fold. Maria, I want to read you this very nice comment on YouTube, which is definitely intended to be a compliment, but there's a twist. There is a sting. East Coast Roller Pigeons writes, I can't believe that these tournaments are free to watch like this. The amount of free information from poker pros like Joe and Maria is crazy. Hand-for-hand breakdown of full tournaments. Joe has been described as a poker pro, and his analysis has basically been pitched on the same level as yours.
Well, I'm going to overlook that and say thank you for the rest of the compliment. No, I mean, I know, I am always surprised at how much, us, like, we're giving away a lot of info and people get to see, and not just us, these players are effectively giving a lot of info. We get to see their whole cards from start to finish and see how they choose to navigate. And I think the best players understand that that's why they have to keep adjusting and adapting, because people are going to start perhaps picking up on some of their tendencies. And especially, we know the players at the most elite levels, the ones that we see all of the time, they're well aware about what they need to do to kind of counteract all of the information that's being given out.
We've got Curry and Muslim Nisa, ace-jack versus sevens, and sevens still good on a king 6-5 flop. $1 million into $3 million. And a wise fold from Curry, as we mentioned. Muslim Nisa not playing a lot of hands. Definitely pursuing the tight is right strategy here. King 10 of hearts looking good here. Is still the best hand as well. Don't have a overwhelming chip leader right now. Often when we get to the final table, or when it gets short-handed, there's one player who's got like a ridiculous percentage of the chips in play. Not this week. Different dynamic.
Uh-oh. Top pair against two pair. Two pair is really the hand of this tournament.
It really is.
It is. It is going to get a lot of chips in this scenario. I think King Queen is just such a strong hand. Really big raise out of the 10s and 8s here. I think the one problem is that Batlin Surge has the Queen of Hearts in their hand, right? Because then you block a lot of the draws. You block the Queen Jack. You block a lot of these natural semi-bluff hands like the Queen X of Hearts. Those type of hands that would find a raise in that spot that you are currently ahead of. That's a bit of a tight fold, though, still, I think, just to lead out and then fold top pair. But again, I think some of these players are really looking for the ladder, looking to get their money in good.
Jack 10 suited for Looser Girl 27. Makes it $1 million. King Jack's in. And King Jack still the best hand. Batlin Surge. but it's the Jack-10 that bets the turn, gets a fold, and that will see Elusive Girl move up over 30 million. Well, we've got Battle and Surge here with the Snowmans.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
JM80 with sixes, the flat from Cake on the button. Jay may see this as an awesome squeeze spot.
Yeah, tough though without a lot of fold equity, especially with your bounty on the line.
And Jay all in and at risk and way behind. Does not improve, and JM80 is gone. KO'd in 7th place. Cashes out for 10k plus bounties. We are now down to 6. Yeah, good laddering there by JM80. So everyone now guaranteed at least 14.5k. Burner is now the short stack of the remaining 6, has picked up the straight draw on the turn. And Jack High is actually ahead right now because Lucy Girl has 10 deuce.
Oh, and I like this check raise. Just really, I mean, I guess it was just a raise. It was a bet and a raise, but still like the aggressive action here. When you're in the blinds, you just expect that your opponent doesn't have a lot of the strongest hands that they are trying to perhaps represent when they bet into you.
Awesome. Nisa opening up their game a little bit. 9-6 suited. And immediately gets 3-bet.
Yeah, I mean, even though it didn't work out this time, I do like trying to play into what your table image is, right? It just, that might deter them from trying it again, maybe at this final table, but you don't build up your reputation for nothing.
I know Joe often finds himself relating to spots that players find themselves in. That is a classic me. It's like, I'm now going to trade on my ridiculously nitty tight image to make a move here. And within seconds, it's like, oh, there's been a 3-bet. Yeah, great, thanks.
Yeah, that's bad timing, but you got to get back in the trenches again when that happens.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, but does not change the outcome of this hand. Chew and Delend. I think I get pranked. This is not the Sunday Million final table, right? It's 100% the Sunday Million final table. Why do you think it's not? It even specifically says on screen.
Yeah, it's not April Fool's Day quite yet, you guys.
I know the Sunday Million isn't always a progressive knockout, but it is KO week on PokerStars, so it is a special edition of the Sunday Million, but this is it.
Oh, 2 really big hands, 6-handed. Yeah, just, 33 bigs effective, 32. Tough to get away. Most players wouldn't, but of course ICM in play. So as 3 curry, maybe you find a flat. I mean, when you shove, it's essentially unexploitable, and ooh, Loser Girl disconnected. But I mean, you are just pretty much expecting that if they're 3-betting there with their value hands, you could be in trouble. But if they have some 3-bet bluffs in the big blind as the chip leader, then your 9s have to be looking pretty good. Definitely a chip EV, like a plus chip EV spot here, but again, because we are playing for these pay jumps and there are shorter stacks, you can definitely understand why this is a little bit troublesome of a spot.
Calls. And this is
Yeah.
a troublesome board for nines, Maria.
Right. I like the call, like totally understand the thought process behind that. You know, you're not risking your tournament life. You're hoping for what you think is a safe flop.
Oh.
This looks like a safe flop. Wow.
And the overbet on the flop from Girl, it's all in to call for 3 Curry, who's thinking, what do you have here? If you've connected in any way, if you've got a strong hand, you're not betting 20 into 10.
Yeah, like if you don't think your opponents have aces or kings and would play it this way, then again, your nines just keep looking better and better. The story doesn't quite check out. Obviously, it just feels like Looser Girl doesn't want to see more cards because they feel like their hand is quite vulnerable as well. But in this spot, would you really peg somebody as having aces, kings, queens, and playing it this way on what is a relatively safe board?
It's like king, queen of spades. That's what you're convincing yourself your opponent has at this point. And it could be that Curry finds a call and does. And does not improve. And that is a KO. And a 41.7 million chip pot slides across to Looser Girl, who now has more than 51 million and is also worth $4,000. Just claimed a massive bounty from Curry and now has a huge head prize on themselves. Wow.
Yeah, you really can't blame 3 Curry for just going with that hand. Story didn't quite check out to them, and they were willing to put their tournament life on it.
Doesn't play the rush, doesn't call the all-in from Burner. So we just referenced the fact that this final table didn't have some huge dominant chip leader. It does now. Looser Girl in control. 50 million. Second biggest stack right now is Cake with 20 million, although Battling Surge and Muslim Nisa aren't that far behind. And then you've got Burner, who is the short stack with 11 million. Pair of sixes here for Cake. Let's go with the eights on board. So everyone's locked up 20 grand now, plus the bounties they've already won.
I can see how against a really unpredictable, aggressive player like Cake and Nisa, sometimes you might talk yourself into thinking, oh, King High may be good, but sometimes those types of players will have it too. And that's also why it makes them hard to play against, because you don't really give them quite as much credit, but they're gonna get dealt some hands and they're gonna connect with some flops, and that's when they get paid.
Six four does not get that. Surge feels they have to bluff, don't need to. And we go to the 300,000, 600,000 blind level. Blind v blind. World Eats on YouTube says, I assume that Looser Girl 27 is a girl. You know what they say about assume? Ooh, the Gibbons by Battling Surge. Limps under the gun with kings. The raise from Cake with Queen 9 of diamonds.
Battling Surge is like, this is working out perfectly. Oh my goodness.
And 9s for Cake. Surge. Slow
Another
down.
2 pair. Wow.
The shove from Cake. Surge.
And it's so hard because at this point you imagine that the stream has caught up, the delay, people kind of know. We've seen Cake take some absurd lines. Yeah, can't blame him for
King on the
getting
turn!
in. Oh my goodness. Ooh.
And with that set, Surge doubles up, leaving Cake super short. All in with King 6. Jacks
Oh,
for Musum Nissa.
okay.
And this could be the end of Cake.
Yeah.
It's over. We've enjoyed watching Cake and Isso play in this week's Sunday Million. Came in to day 2 as chip leader, made it to the final table after a roller coaster ride, but is out in 5th place for just over 20k. Bounty claimed by Musum Nissa. Battle and Surge got most of Cake's chips though, up over 41, and really it's a battle of the 2 big stacks right now with the 2 shorties, Musum and Burner as well. Oh no. A lot of very disappointed Cake fans, Maria.
Yeah, Cake put on a show for all of us.
Definitely a good type of cake. What's your favorite type of cake, Maria?
I really like red velvet cake. Does that make me kind of basic? It feels basic. Yeah.
No, it's a good selection. It's a good selection. You missed out on Cake of the Day in Prague. So this is what you don't get when you're not on location. Every day we had a different Cake of the Day, and they were all really good. I don't think we had a bad
What
cake
was
of the
your
day.
what was your favorite? What's your favorite cake, and then what was your favorite cake of the day?
Oh, we've got an all-in here. Burner with 9-7 against the ace-queen, and 9 on the flop, and that is going to be a double-up for Burner. Can't go wrong with a really good chocolate cake. A really nice kind of Sakatorta type chocolate cake is like with whipped cream. I'm trying to think of what the best cake of the day was. We had profiteroles on one day. Not a cake, but still they were really awesome. And this is the reason why I've come back from Prague so fat, by the way.
Just taking a stab at this flop, but Lucy Girl with top pair just gonna go ahead and raise.
Burner could be all in again.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Yeah, these are both good enough hands with the stack sizes in the blinds to have gotten it in pre-flop, but now Burner does elect to see a flop and looks pretty safe. Looks can be deceiving, as we know, but right now Looser just with the 2 overs and the gut shot. Again with these big, huge, massive overbets.
And again, I think this one's going to get called, only this time Burner would be right to make the call.
Yeah, and it's definitely playing out in Burner's mind, right? Last time we saw something like this out of Looser Girl, they had 10s in the spot.
Yeah.
But again, you know, this is a blind versus blind situation. Burner's hand is actually a little bit under-repped considering they just flatted pre. Yeah, it does go in.
And holds. And that changes the dynamic somewhat. Burner's just gone from last to first. Burner now with 40 million. Surge and Lucigirl tied in second, around 30 million each. And then Musam Nisa with just shy of 20 million. Huge swings.
And I like to just see Berna just amp up the aggression. So far, I have seen that whenever someone ends up overtaking the chip lead, they've done a pretty good job of shifting into that gear right away, of being a little bit more active, being a little more aggressive. Opening with 7-5 offsuit is a perfect example.
Jack 6 versus Jack 6. Who wants it more? Lucigirl, that's who. And the stacks evening out.
Definitely went from defense to offense real quick as Berna was really patient, found a couple of good spots, doubled up, and now just gonna 3-bet with the ace deuce.
Burner holding on to the chip lead right now. Battling Surge, though, with ace-king. Sixes for Lucigirl. Let's see how this plays out. Okay. How are you feeling about sixes now? That went click, click, click.
Yeah, definitely a little bit rough to think about getting it in for your tournament life for that many big blinds with sixes. You know, anywhere between 20 to 30 is a little bit more reasonable, but for what was, I think, effectively close to 50 big blinds, yeah, maybe, or 45, it's just a little too many. Burner really trying to make any hand work for them right now as the chip leader.
So four-handed at the final table. Let's go three-way on the mic. Joe Stapleton back in the mix here inside the PokerStars Arena as we continue to play down to a winner in this week's KO Week edition of the Sunday Million.
If you've ever seen my Twitter, you know I love a good ratio.
Right now, Burner with the advantage, Joe, but it's been changing. We've had some very, very dramatic swings.
Where is Cake?
Yeah,
Cake got eaten.
About that.
Cake.
Man, I really thought Cake was just going to horseshoe their way to victory here, but
there was a huge pot that left Cake with just crumbs, if you'll forgive the awful pun, and then got finished off on the very next hand.
We really could have gone a lot further with the Cake puns, but I guess Cake was so entertaining on their own, we didn't need to dress it up with a lot of frosting.
That's for sure.
Oh, sure, do it now that Cake's gone. Where was this when they were here?
I just
Jack
couldn't do
deuce
Cake jokes
versus
because I didn't want to get slapped.
Queen 10. And, oh! Burner just flopped the nuts.
And was
Burner.
trying to engage in some
The
table
straight.
talk with Musum.
Yeah. Not sure what that's about. Anyway, a bet of 1.46 million. Looser girl with second pair.
Definitely think it's worth just taking one off and okay, gonna go get a little aggressive with the second pair.
Okay, now with the Broadway straight, still the nuts. And Looser
Nuts
girl
get nuttier.
needs to really slow down now. What is Looser girl doing?
I mean, could very well feel compelled to continue telling the same story.
Yeah, just under pot behind.
Oh, yeah. 18.8 million in the middle. Looser girl with 17.89 million. And does move all in. And Berner,
What?
you have the nuts.
What's happening?
Berner, thank you. And that is going to be a KO. Looser girl dispatched in fourth place. Berner with the big chip lead as they go three-way, as they go heads up in the booth. Joseph, I'm done for the day. I trust you and Maria to do sterling work and see this through to its epic conclusion. Thank you both and good night.
Not
Good
a problem.
night,
Peace out,
James.
James. Joe Stapleton, Maria Ho. Yes, Maria.
I was just going to say, online that does kind of qualify as a slow roll to me. Like, maybe they were playing another table, but also you're at a final table. You're probably putting all your focus here. I don't know about that one.
I actually was going to say slow your roll on the slow roll comments, because what if they just had to be like, it wasn't much longer than it would take
They
to count on your
flopped the
fingers.
joint. They already they had
Yeah.
the whole flop action to count on their fingers if they had a straight. They didn't make the straight on the turn.
If you go into your time bank, it's a slow roll. I think that just taking a
That's
second to
true.
make sure you haven't missed something, to make sure you do in fact have the nuts.
Okay, well, I think it's nice to give people the benefit of the doubt, so I will do that.
Yeah,
Once.
cool. But it's good to have multiple opinions. By the way, is there like a speed requirement now? Or is there like a chess clock? This is blazing.
Flying, yeah.
Another
I know.
big pop for
I'm
Byrne, who's
so
kinda-
thirsty and so dehydrated, but I'm scared to take a sip of water because I'm like, I might miss something. I need to say something. I need to react. Okay, I'm gonna do it.
Just get it done. You'll regret it. Batlin Surge flopping a set of fives. Oh, but it's a strong flush draw. Doesn't get there for once. The nut flush draw for Berna. Deal. Questioning a deal. It's harder to make a deal in the bounty events. You can't make a deal for that bounty money, and that's half of it, so. Was this a slow roll, guys? Is he slow rolling now with King High? No, probably not.
Well, he has a pair of eights, so or they have a pair of
Oh,
eights.
sorry. Pair of eights. Also not a slow roll. Blinds going up. 350, 700.
I think that's a no
Oh.
from Berna.
Yeah, the two short stacks into the deal. Berna, who my guess is a little more experienced than these two also, is saying not into the deal. Sorry. This gets away with one there. GL says Muslim. Yeah, have fun, guys. Easy for you to say. Nothing bad can happen now. Well, I understand the sentiment, but
Yeah, but Is there such a thing in poker? I don't know.
Pair of sixes good after this flop. Ace, six, deuce, three clubs. Raising the six. Get out of my pot. Three bet. It's going to get the job done there. So the effective stack right now with blinds at 700,000 is what, like 20 big blinds?
A little more than that. And Berna has done a really good job since becoming the chip leader, just really switching into that gear of playing like the chip leader, being really aggressive, finding some light three bets, also just stabbing, being relentless post. Sometimes it takes people a little bit of time to transition into that chip leader mentality or role, but that came pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I think maybe the speed that they're playing at too is kind of intimidating also. Generally, I'm more on the like, hey, slow down. Let's be a little bit more just thoughtful, even if you make the same decisions, but this seems to be kind of working right now.
This is a little
Uh-oh.
problematic here. I think King Queen's just too strong three-handed with that stack to not go forward. And again, Berna, you've seen them three bet a lot. You haven't seen their hands at showdown, so have to get it in here.
Domination situation, no queen. There goes Musum Nisa, bounced in third place, leaving Berna with a 3-1 chip lead over Batlin Surge. Musum cashing for nearly 40K plus bounties. And Batlin Surge is going to have to battle to overcome the chip lead of Berna right now. I just don't know what I've done in my life to deserve a player with the name Boner winning today. It's just going to be, please, just let me be able to say congratulations, Boner. I can only hope that my run good continues, my life run good.
Stapes, do you feel like this is the point in time where you're going to have to explain to people what first is going to win and the differential between first and second, or
no,
you're
nobody
a little
knows.
hungover and you're not up for it?
No, nobody knows. Nobody knows how to figure it out.
You're not up for it? It's okay. It's fine.
I genuinely don't know how to do it, and I don't think anyone does. I think James is lying. Baker Casey is correct. They get money. Exactly. Not wrong. Berna getting a little aggressive here, and Battlein thinks they're bluffing, thinks they're semi-bluffing, and gets a worse hand to fold, but you're more than happy to win it there.
I think that Battlein probably should adjust a little bit better in terms of defending a little more, just because I'm seeing Berna raise and Battlein not defending with hands that are pretty standard to defend against, especially in heads-up play. And they're also giving Berna quite a few walks as well, so I think at that rate, they're going to just really bleed out.
Well, that's a very welcome sight on the river, despite already having the best hand. Do you mean just defending? Do you think maybe mixing in some pre-flop
Oh,
re-raises also?
absolutely, but so far hasn't really had the right hand combinations to kind of do that with. You
Yeah.
know, you don't really need to be mixing in the 3-bet with Jack 4 off, but Queen 4.
With King
Go-
Jack suited?
Go on ahead. Yeah, King Jack suited, definitely a contender.
So the action going a little too quickly to even speak of what's happening right now. Not much has changed since the start of Heads Up, although 40 hands have been played, I think. It's just a lot of noise right now.
It's actually insane how fast they're playing.
Yeah. Pair of sixes for battling. Yeah, and I think that a lot of people are like going to call with ace high there, but I think with the way battling's been played, I think you can just fold that when battling is like all of a sudden betting after putting up no aggression for like a dozen hands.
Yeah, I think Berna's just going to find easy routes, paths of least resistance to chip away at battle and stack.
I just don't have anything to say. A hand, that was a hand. Here's another hand. This hand. Cool.
Cool,
flop,
king
flop,
high
turn.
versus a pair of eights.
Turn. Bet, fold. Fold. Straight draw. Ace high. Win.
Oh my gosh. It is a little hard to talk about how we can kind of construct ranges, define strategy. So I'm good with what you're doing, Stapes. Let's keep that rolling.
Pair of fives. Ace high. Check, check. Showdown. By the way, my name is not pronounced Boner. It's German. Well, there's that famous German sense of humor I've heard so much about. Okay. Boini. You got it. King 7-7. Bet fold.
Yeah, and
95,
just,
27.
you know, stabbing and leading out and getting hands that should be, I think, taking one off, especially again in heads up. You just expect that these ranges are going to be so much wider and your opponent's hands are going to be relatively weaker.
Top pair.
I
disagree
know,
with this in chat,
Oh.
saying they playing bingo, not poker. I don't think it's particularly bingo. It's just fast.
It's beyond fast, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Sorry if that was loud. I
Buckaroo-ney-
just smacked my hand into my mic. Okay.
That's okay. Buckaroo-ney TV says, perhaps if they had actual poker players who knew what is happening, lol, sorry guys, you're not adding anything. Guess who's never adding anything ever again? You. You banned. Thank you for your comment. That was their first ever comment too, I think. Yep, first time chat. Thanks for tuning in.
You could see that?
It says first time chat, at least on my screen. I don't know if you have to be a mod for it to show that, but
They've been waiting
There we
just to.
but Talon.
Yeah, not going to get.
All in. Next time says not boner. Ooh, just a snap fold there.
Yeah, and there's no reason why they shouldn't keep employing that strategy. They're just leading so many different flops and getting folds out of hands that could turn some backdoor equity, and why fix it if it ain't broke? $20 bigs effective now. Or a little more. I was looking at the next blind level.
The door was not super wide open for Battling at the start of this heads up, and it is slowly but surely closing. My guess is Battalion is just sort of waiting to get to a point where they can get it in comfortably pre-flop repeatedly. And that moment is fast approaching.
I just can't. Like, I don't even. Why of today of all days? You know, I'm not firing on all cylinders as it is, and these people choose to play super speed hold'em.
I mean, Battalion hasn't really had very many hands, so I will grant them some slack. A lot of 4 highs. And yeah, now we're getting to the point where Berna can just shove.
Yeah, one thing that is obvious is the strategy is working in terms of just chipping away at Battlin's stack, getting them down to the point where they're not really going to have many options other than to shove, pre, or fold.
Battalion gets that one through. Trying to get back up to 20 big blinds. King 3 suited seems good. Flop. We have a flop. 10-6-6. Bet fold. Bet fold. Raise fold. Limp. Shove. Fold. Shove. Fold. This is like watching and the hand replayer, where like there's no thinking time and it's just automatic actions every. This is wild.
It actually doesn't feel like it's two humans playing at the computer right now. I just.
These are some speedy decisions. 2 pair for Battling. Oh, we could see a flip here. King 10.
Yeah,
We're going to call it off. No! Folds
that's
King 10.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you feel like your opponent's been playing pretty tight, then that's not the spot you want to take, even though it's you're never really getting it in that bad.
Battling has battled back above 20 bigs. Those 20 bigs are actually no longer 20 bigs because the blinds just went up. So slightly below 20 again for Battling. The robot dealer is going to break, says iBreath. Kings versus a gut shot. And the gut shot does not come in. Kings hold. That's a double up. Right back to where they started.
Maybe you need to take a drink of water now, Saves. Like, you are about to sound like an auctioneer at this point. So, better hydrate.
Velosh says that wouldn't have happened if they were thinking a little bit more. Maybe. maybe. I oftentimes don't agree with comments like that, but I don't know how much thinking can be going on right now with how quickly this is progressing. It kind of feels like when you're like sitting out and like just the hands are auto folding like
That's what it feels like. That's for sure what it feels like.
this is complete insanity.
The thing is anytime you just want to add something of value, it's the hand's over. So
It's too late.
people can't even follow along with the action. What good is that?
Ace high. Pair of deuces. Gut shot draw. Trip deuces. Bet fold.
Oh my goodness.
Uh-oh.
Well,
Oh.
you can't. You
Oh.
cannot. No.
Oh.
No. No.
Oh.
No.
Oh,
no,
folding
no,
a pair.
No.
Uh-oh. Okay, here we go. Now we're flipping. This could be it. Set of threes. Not looking good for ace-queen. It's over on the turn. Whoa, so many full houses there. Battling surge. Doubles up. They're nearly even now.
Yeah. This. All right. Strap in, Stapes. This is gonna be at least another 30 to 45 minutes of you having to commentate at this speed.
So another
At least.
400 or 500 hands is what you're saying. The turns have tabled, says Infinitive 32. Queen Jack is ahead. Bets the straight draw. Gets a fold. Oh, that's true. There is a break on the way.
They could elect to skip it, right?
Oh, yeah, maybe they do. That would be really great.
I don't know. I think I need a break from watching this, though.
Open-ended straight draw. Does not get there. The 10's out-kicked. Joe, you just asked to get paid by number of hands commentated. Yeah, that might have been a smart way to go this time. Berna just doing what they did before, slowly chipping away.
Yeah, backed up
Approaching-
over 2-1.
Yeah, approaching where they started this match at 3-1. All right, players are on break. I don't even know what to say about that. It's all just one big blur. I will say that Berna already has 13K in bounties, just under 5 for Batlin Surge, who is really going to need to battle to overcome what is going on. Maria, I don't want to put you on the spot because it's hard to really let any of this sink in. What would you do differently, maybe, other than thinking? Have you been able to see anything that you say, well, maybe in a heads-up match you might want to consider this sort of thing?
Yeah, I think anytime you're at least 20 bigs effective or more blinds in a heads-up situation, you need to be seeing more flops. I feel like Battlein is just choosing this kind of either raise or fold strategy. I think that you need to incorporate some limping. You need to incorporate some defending of your big blind that's a little bit wider than you're normally used to. But again, you're heads up, so there's nowhere to hide. You have to stay involved. And I think that's why we're seeing Berna able to chip away and chip them down to a point where, they had to rely on getting big hands and doubling up and having them hold in order to stay in the game. So I think that Berna's doing a really good job of understanding that their opponent isn't really trying to play too much post, and because of that, they're really able to exploit it with opening and just taking down the blinds, or, you know, perhaps finding some light three bets as well, and just not getting it in bad against them because they know that they're playing a much tighter range.
Yeah, so we saw like a couple of what looked to us like tight folds because we could see all of the hold cards. But I guess it makes sense, right? If you're just like, no, all I have to do is like keep playing my game. There's no reason to get it in a spot where I am flipping at best. Do you sort of agree and or understand that rationale?
I do, but I think when it just comes down to the range of hands that you're supposed to get in based on how many bigs your opponent has, I think that shouldn't change as much. You shouldn't necessarily be calling only, you know, the top of your range, because 15 bigs is 15 bigs, right? And even if you don't get it in with the best hand, your hand will still probably have decent equity against your opponent. You're not going to be dominated very often. So because of that, I think that that shouldn't change too much. But, you know, either way, I think right now we just need to see Battle and maybe shift their style up a little bit in order to stay afloat and not get back down to that danger zone.
Yeah, I think sometimes players are so concerned about making a mistake that is the mistake. That, you know, there's no more laddering to be done. It looks like the break has ended early. I'm surprised they could go that long without clicking a button. Berna and Batlin surge. Batlin again. Pretty close to where we started, heads up. Top pair for Serge. You're going to get your wish, Maria. Serge is going to play this hand, I think. Oh.
Yeah, not going to give Berna another chance to bluff at it on the river. I don't think, given the way Battleland's played so far, Berna can call this check raise. Just, they haven't shown that much strength post flop, so
Yeah.
if they're willing to check call flop and check raise turn, you have to give them a really strong holding.
Back to speed poker. Jack 10. Limps in. I think Jack 10 suited is a hand we can throw into the raising category, probably, right?
Yeah,
On the
definitely.
button.
I mean, I think it's good enough to raise. I mean, sometimes you can mix it up and limp there, but obviously if you're limping, you're intending to call a raise with that type of hand.
Pair of sixes here for Buna. Over. Queen 8 versus Queen 6 suited.
Good to see.
Two hearts on the flop.
And good to see the defend from this hand with the Queen 6 of hearts. Wasn't sure if we were going to.
Battling might get something. Yeah, all right. With first true value bet we've seen paid off from Battling, who's somehow eclipsed a 2-1 chip lead. Back to 2-1. King, jack, jack. Two spades. Battle and bet.
Wow. Look at
Battle
this
and fold.
raise.
I mean, that's got to be kind of comforting to know if you're Berna, right? That, like, Battling is almost never going to bluff re-raise you. Like, what an incredible advantage that must be.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even say that that's only applicable to this particular opponent. I mean, I can't think of many players that would be willing to bet and then against a raise, re-raise on a stone bluff with no equity. Takes a lot.
Trip force. 10 high. Bet fold.
Maybe they're playing this fast just to ensure that they get more hands in at the blind level that they're at, because really they're like, you know what, we can make this structure even better by playing 10 times the amount of hands we would normally get
Right.
in a level. It's like playing a double level, essentially.
So, Statric has done a little bit of work, and the rate of play right now is they're playing more than 6 hands per minute, and the average length of time per hand is 8.9 seconds. We're talking fewer than 10 seconds per hand. 2 pair for battling. Flush draw for not boner. And the flush draw gets there. Somehow a 2 pair get checked on the 4-card flush board, and the 8 high flush takes it down, and we're right back to where we started, 3-1 chip lead. Both players with a spade draw. This could get spicy.
Yeah, I mean, again, we haven't really seen Serge get very aggressive or out of line with these types of hands, but I think Berna was trying to tell me that they were not slow. He said, I didn't slow play the queen 10 offhand. Slow roll, yes. I said, okay. I said we would give you the benefit of the doubt, as Stapes had requested.
Yeah, it was not. If it was a terrible slow roll. You got to really go for it. You got to make it clear. This is the biggest chip lead we've seen thus far, 5-1 for Berna. Pocket clank. Oh, boo. Queen 4. Ace 10. All in. Wait, Queen 4. This is the one. The Helmuth.
It's going in.
Oh, boy.
Oh, okay,
this
this
money's
one.
going in here.
This one
Raise with
certainly
ace
has
10.
the potential.
Okie dokie. Does not go
Wow.
in pre-flop. King high flop. And just a... Okay. Just... Sure.
And see,
okay.
I think Berna's adjustment is just the fact that they feel like Battle and Surge wouldn't play that aggressively pre-flop without a very strong hand. And so in a very standard spot, people would be getting in 20 bigs with ace 10 off. But in that, they're just like, nah.
It's not wrong. When all of a sudden, someone you've been playing 400 or 500 hands of heads up with does like a not all in re-raise, you're like, okay, this is probably a monster. Queen 7 suited. Probably not going to get to the flop. Nope. King 4 suited. Come on. All right, there we go. King high's the best hand. Still the best hand. Oh, okay. We got a bet. Cool. Pair 6 is good. Yes, Milor, they are playing that fast, really. This is not a replay. Pair 7s. Pair of 10s is going to be good at showdown for Batlin. A rare scoop for Surge. Helio says Surge is being given a lot of credit. He should start bluffing more. Probably some good advice.
Yeah, and the whole point is that if you do find a way to exploit your image, you need to make sure that you haven't been whittled down to nothing where you're not even able to really do that post.
Clubs on clubs. One club on the flop, no pairs. Burn appeals one, but it's a good card for Surge. A bet and a snap off. Batlin coming back. Is down in the dumps as a 5-1 deficit. Clawing their way back to almost 2-1. Frank DeGreat says, here we go again. Yup. Chris Poker says, Chris Poker says, Battlein plays more technical IMO, to which, sorry, chat scrolled. To which Sia says, Chris Poker, how drunk are you? Blinds are up nearly 1 million now, 900,000. Yeah, I'm with you, Patrick. Patrick says, shout out to the PokerStars dealers, best in the biz. Barely any wait time. They just got that new deck ready to go. Cool.
Yeah, and I don't find that Battlein has enough limp continues against Berna's raises. Okay, well, these are going to be some big...
Okay.
Just again.
I can't keep up with what's happening, but I think Ace High is winning. It is. Biggest pot for Batlin for a while. 2-1 now. Threes, good after this flop. I don't think 1.8 is going to be enough to get threes to fold.
No, and I find that Surge goes for these small sizings when they're not really sure where they're at.
Yeah.
And that's definitely something that you could exploit. Wow, turning it into a bluff as well. What is going on?
Either way, this pot's going to pocket threes is what I should have said. Pocket kings for Battlein. No love on the flop for Burn. And a set of kings in the river. Does Burn try to bluff this? Yes, it's half pot. Oh, and we find the raise finally from Battlein.
Find the raise with the set on a 4 flush
sorry,
board.
was it a full house? No, I guess it was a full house on the river.
Was it?
Okay, sorry, I missed
thought
that.
it was okay. I did too. I was like, that would be crazy. That would be wild.
My bad game.
Sorry, chat. It's going so fast. Like it's hard to keep up.
Sensitive Tony asks, "Are you even watching?" Guess what? We are, but you're no longer. You banned. Thank you for your comment. Ooh, and another one here from DSW the Turtle, also banned. Thank you for your comments. Top pair.
I think James Hardigan is happy that he's not here for this. Could you imagine all three of us trying to commentate on this? It's
And we've got another top pair situation versus bottom pair. Flush draw now for Battling. Bottom pair getting sticky. Check, check. Battling doing well, though. Flops the open-ender versus two pair here. Does not get a chance to see a turn card. Hand over. Hand over. Hand. Oh, baby. Pocket
Okay.
fives for Battling. Queens re-raise from Berna.
wow.
There's the all in for
just a
fives. The call
shove.
from Queens. This could be it. Gut shot draw for the fives. But no love on the turn or river. It is over. Battling Surge could not quite get it done after a blazing fast heads-up match. Battling Surge succumbs, but still cashes for $71,000, nearly $100,000 for Berna. Don't call me Boner, Berna. But I still managed to work the word in. So, Maria, before I let you go, we're going to do a quick little trivia here. So they played 34 minutes of heads up, 31 if you take the breakout, okay? How many hands do you think they played of heads up in 31 minutes?
Well, at one point, I think you said something like they were playing one hand every 8 seconds or something. So I'm going to go with 30 minutes. I'm going to go with 150 hands.
150 hands. I'm looking at chat here. I said 180, 180. There were 209 hands played during that heads-up match
Wow.
in 31 minutes. 6.7 hands per minute, 8.9 seconds on average per hand. 209
Wow.
hands of heads-up play. Maria, thanks so much
Insane.
for
Thank
what
you
insight
for
you were
having me.
able to provide back when things were happening at a speed with which we could keep up with. It was great to have you. Nice to see you. I want to remind everybody, new episode of Poker in the Ears coming out on Thursday. Koray Aldemir, reigning main event champion, will be on the show. If you want to submit some questions for Koray, you can do it on our Discord. There's links to it in Twitch chat. It's under the section podcast suggestions. Get your questions in. And of course, we will be back next week for another edition of the Sunday Million. But for now, for James Hardigan and Maria Ho, I'm Joe Stapleton. Smell you later.